This meeting is a meeting of the Board of Education in public for the purpose of conducting the school district's business and is not to be considered a public community meeting. This meeting is an in-person meeting held at 870 Colfax. Questions may be submitted beforehand to liz.goodwin@bhas.org or presented in person during the public comment section as indicated in the agenda. Board members may be contacted through the emails listed below. Requests for special assistance, including for persons with disability, may be sent to liz.goodwin@bhas.org. I call this meeting to order officially at 5:37 p.m. We will begin by reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, next on the agenda, we have roll call. Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson,
Present.
Vice President Bradley,
Present.
Secretary Triplett, President, Treasurer Creighton,
Present.
Trustee Bowen,
Present.
Trustee Buchanan,
Present.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Present.
We have a quorum.
All right, thank you. A quorum has been established. Next, we have approval of the agenda. Want you all to take a quick look over the agenda.
Madam President,
Yes, sir.
I would like to file a motion or amendment or
Okay. To a particular thing, or go ahead with what you would like to
I would
change.
like to put a motion on the agenda. I'm sorry. A motion on the agenda that we do 1 minute and 50, no, I'm sorry, 2 minutes, please.
2 minutes what, Trustee
2
Bowen?
minutes for discussion and comments and for staff reports also.
So I want to ensure that I'm understanding. You're attempting to add a motion to the agenda to limit board comment to 2 minutes. And are you wanting to do that throughout the meeting or in certain sections?
And throughout the meeting. Do I need to go to 3 minutes? I can be gracious and do 3 minutes.
I would ask if you can be gracious.
All right, 3 minutes.
Okay, so Trustee Bowens is asking that we approve the agenda with an amendment that we limit board comment to 3 minutes throughout the agenda. And he wants to amend for a actual motion to take a vote to approve that. Is there a second? So that's the suggestion. So is there a motion to approve the agenda with the noted amendment as indicated by Trustee Bowens?
I have a clarifying question, but I would like to support the motion.
Okay, so Trustee Bowens has made a motion to add the motion to limit board member comment. Treasurer Creighton has approved or supported it, and then you also have a clarifying question.
Yes, he might need to restate the motion because your paraphrase is not what he stated.
Okay, so go ahead with your
I wanted-
motion.
I wanted it across the board.
Okay, so you want to add a motion to the agenda to limit board comment to 3 minutes across the board.
Board comments and
Admin.
Oh, admin as well.
Mhm.
So you're wanting to limit their staff reports to us, like the presentation of the
Yeah,
report?
I think we can read the staff reports, and we've had this email. I know in the elevator, I mean, I think our staff is well in doing elevator speeches.
Okay, and thank you for clarifying or noting that, Treasurer Creighton, because I missed that piece that he wanted to, I thought when he said staff reports, he was wanting to minimize or limit our comments, but he's saying admin as well as the board. Okay, so there's one thing, I anticipate that Mr. Johnson's budget hearing presentation may be much longer than 3 minutes.
Yes, at the discretion of the chair, you do have the authority to amend that. I know sometimes when we implement the vote, we still go over 3 minutes.
Right, okay, I get what you're saying, so he
It's-
wants, I understand, so what I'm hearing, I'm gonna reflect that you would like to put a motion on the agenda that we limit board comment, as well as presentations to 3 minutes, but you're asking that I, as chair, be gracious if someone goes over the 3 minutes.
Yes, if it's
Reasonable.
reasonable.
Okay. Are you in support of that motion as clarified, Treasurer Creighton?
I am.
Okay. And just also noting that because we do have the budget hearing, it would be expected that Mr. Johnson is going to go over, but we're essentially, what we're doing is trying to get through our meeting as quickly as we can and as efficiently as we can, and I definitely support that. All right. Any other questions, comments, or concerns?
Yeah, well, I'm looking here at the regular session and roll call voting sheet, and it has a motion to limit discussion to 3 minutes per person per topic. It's already on this sheet right here. But I do want to say this, it amazes me that when it comes to this business of the Board of Education, we only meet once a month. As our email oftentimes show that there's a lot of clarifying that needs to be taken care of. If people are busy and tired and want to, because this is serious business, and it's not a joke, about the work. We canceled the committee as a whole portion of our Board of Education. We come here with these packed agendas, 2-page agendas. People work hard on their presentations and what have you, and we do have clarifying questions, and then we want to come in here and cut it down. I don't have any problem with it, but I am very concerned that, and starting to wonder, people are too busy to do the work of the Board of Education, to want to come in and minimize what we need to get accomplished. But that's all I have to say, but it's already on the roll call voting sheet. So if people have read their emails and what have you, they would have known that it was already on there. If they've already done their report and their homework on all the paperwork and what have you, they would have known that that is on here. Thank you. And I do have some peanuts available.
Thank you, Secretary Triplett. And as noted, I will be gracious with the allotted request as needed, as mentioned previously, but I do appreciate your concerns. So I'm going to ask at this time that you call the vote for approval of the agenda with the noted amendment.
President Roberts.
Go ahead.
I do have a concern about the consent agenda for the new hires. I think we need to leave some room for discussion about individual positions. There was a lot of conversation in our HR meeting, and again, it was a lot of emails. I chose to pause and did not respond, but that is an item that I would like, if possible, to not be a consent agenda item or staff report.
So the new hires specifically,
Yes, ma'am, H2.
okay, give me a moment to look.
So when you,
Are there any particular items in the consent agenda? So the way that it works is once we get to that section, you all do have the opportunity to pull out certain individuals out of the consent agenda that you do think need additional discussion. And it doesn't require a vote at that particular time. It can be done at the request of a board member.
so this is not the appropriate time, wait until we get to H2?
Yes, ma'am. So if there are certain hires that you think require additional discussion and shouldn't be a solo vote, then you can notate those individuals at that time. Is it all of them or just certain ones that you think may need additional discussion?
If you've given me, I'm okay with doing it the way that you requested.
Okay, all right. Yes, trustee Buchanan.
Yeah, I think, like some of what Mr. Tripp said, you have to have time. You may want to speak, have something to say, and it'll take you more than 3 minutes. It's important. Education to our community is very important. So we need to take this seriously. If you got somewhere to go, don't come to the meeting.
Can I say
If
something?
you can't take time to hear everybody out, And we got to learn how to get along with each other. I sit here sometimes, well, I'm not working, some people are working, but when you been thought about it all week, prayed about it, you come in, you got to talk 2 minutes, no. Okay, thank you, that's all I got to say.
Thank you, trustee Buchanan, and then I'll allow trustee Bowens to clarify.
You know, it is public service, and we are elected by the people, for the people, to represent the taxpayers in Sodus and Benton Harbor, Berrien County, our district. However, when you go to Lansing and you keep on talking, they'll cut you off. When you go to City Hall, it's a bill that will cut you off. We have staff members that drive quite a bit of ways. And the last board meeting, we didn't get out of here until 11 o'clock. I don't think there's a problem with asking for a time limit and being efficient. In our emails, we were asked if we had any questions, we could meet with staff and everything to take the communication and everything to answer some of our questions. I don't think it's a problem with us implementing what this board used to do. They used to have a time limit from previous presidents. So I don't think it's nothing wrong with that. We've asked the president to be gracious with that. And at this moment, I think we need to call for the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary Triplett?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yeah,
Trustee Rocket Martin.
yes.
Motion carried.
You entered your vote.
I say yes.
Oh, okay. All right, next on the agenda, we have review of board norms. The Board of Education norms for Benton Harbor area schools. We will treat each other with respect. We will listen to learn. We will refrain from side conversations. We will use our time wisely, starting and ending our meetings on time. We will challenge ideas, not people. We will ask questions when in doubt. There will be no surprises at the board table, and we will practice the 7 norms of collaboration. Those are pausing, paraphrasing, posing questions, putting ideas on the table, providing data, paying attention to self and others, and presuming positive intentions. And next on the agenda, we have public comment on agenda items. Is there anyone here for public comment on agenda items? If so, I'll go ahead and read the statement. Okay. You can come forward. The Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express themselves on district matters. Today, there are 2 areas for comment on the agenda of which you may decide when to speak, or actually 3 areas. Public comment on agenda items. There's also a public comment at the budget hearing section, and then open public comment. We request that each interested participant complete a public participation form using legible writing to ensure that responses are appropriate and properly focused. Per Benton Harbor Area Schools Bylaw 0167.3, which governs board participation at board meetings, we request that you preface your comments with your name, address, and group affiliation when appropriate. Each statement made by a participant shall be limited to a 3-minute duration, and per our bylaws, no participant may speak more than once on the same topic until any other persons have had the opportunity to speak on that topic. Participants may remove their mask when addressing the board. Participants shall direct all comments to the board and not to staff or other participants. The board will listen, take comments and questions under advisement, and not respond at this time. I, as president, will refer questions to the superintendent for research and response. Please ensure that your public participation form includes your contact information as requested. If you have specific questions for the board or executive team that require follow-up, please email those directly to liz.goodwin@bhas.org. You have the floor, Ms. Gavin.
I just have a question. Is the public comment for the budget hearing or for the full agenda?
So right now, this comment section is for the full agenda, like if you have something on the agenda, but if you want to specifically ask a question at the budget hearing, there's a section for that also.
Okay, so the budget hearing is not included on this section.
No, so the budget, You can choose to speak now if you want us to hear you and you're not going to be here later for that section. You can go ahead because it's technically the agenda, but because the budget hearing is something that we give notice to the public, I wanted to ensure that we had an opportunity after the budget hearing for the public to give us comment on what is reviewed by Mr. Johnson.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
President Robinson, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Did you remember the policy is that they can speak?
Yeah,
Okay,
I just
more than
read
once.
it.
Okay.
So you can speak, and I'll read that to make sure people caught it. So each statement made by a participant shall be limited to a 3-minute duration, and per our bylaws, and this is new, no participant may speak more than once on the same topic until any other persons have had their opportunity to speak on that topic. So we've amended our bylaws to allow you to speak more than once during the meeting. Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Okay, so my name is Elnora Gavin, and I reside on Parker Avenue. I am a parent of Ben Harbor Tiger, grandparent of Ben Harbor Tiger, and a volunteer. I just have a couple of topics. One is the budget. I was informed that you all have a contract with Munitrex, which is an amazing system that allows the public to review your expenditures through a dashboard and through other ways that are very easy for us to follow. And so my question for that is, how do we access this Munitrex system? When will it be up? I think it's great that you're doing it. We've been asking for this for several years now. And so would love to see that. The other thing is the calendar, the district calendar. We've been doing Peace Day. This is our 10th annual, and we're still not on the district calendar. And I think for efficient, just efficient planning, it would be very helpful. It's a very positive event. It really gets the youth involved, and it shows how positive our youth can be. And it really gives them leadership skills and so many other positive things, but it's not being honored by this district on the calendar. So just asking that as you plan your calendars moving forward, that we will go ahead and put it on there. And then just going back to the budget, I think it's so important to invest in our youth. I hope that I'm preaching to the choir here, but when I go into our Performing Arts Center, it's hot in there. Our kids are cold in the wintertime, hot in the summertime. I'm not seeing classroom sets of technology. There's a lot of folks who are saying they don't have certain programs, don't have certain things that I believe that our school deserves, and now we have the funding for it. I believe that Ben Harbor Area Schools was awarded $46,600,211 to be spent within a few years. And I would say, let's go ahead and let's get the furnace fixed. Not fixed, let's get new stuff for our kids. Let's show them that we care. It's very difficult for them to test when the temperatures are unbearable, and it's not showing that we care about them. I don't know what it would take to make that a priority, but I'm hoping that we would do that. Also, in regards to CTE, let's invest in a CTE director and bring those programs back. So that's all I have to say for now. Just asking you to invest in our kids and put Peace Day on the calendar. Let's do it, y'all. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else for public comment on agenda items? And just to remind you all, we have 3 areas. So right now on the entire agenda, if you'd like us to hear you now, there's a comment section right after the budget hearing, and then also open public comment at the end of the meeting. Anyone else for public comment on agenda items? All right, hearing none, we'll proceed with the agenda. Next, we have approval of the meeting minutes. If you all will take a look at your packet, we have minutes from regular section 5/10/2022, special session of 5. Liz, should that be the same date? Regular section and special session are, oh, did we have one earlier than the other? Okay, I'm with you now. Regular session 5/10/2022, special session of 5/10/2022, closed session of 5/10/2022, special session of 5/25/2022, special session of 5/31/2022. If you'll take a minute to look at your minutes.
President Robinson.
You have the floor.
How should someone abstain and be recorded in the minutes? Should it be, isn't it automatically recorded as a yes?
Which minute section are you? It is it trustee, is it from trustee Bowen?
It's a general question.
Oh, so yes, it would automatically be a yes if a person chooses to abstain. But they are able to verbally indicate that they're abstaining.
So in the minutes, how should it be recorded?
I would indicate that it should be noted that they abstained, but I think it gets counted as a vote. It doesn't get counted as a no vote if it comes to making or breaking how the vote goes. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
So it's noted that they chose to abstain for their records and their protection or whatever the issue that they abstained, but it wouldn't be considered a no if it was like a tiebreaker type of situation. All right, any other questions regarding the minute or any other clarifications? All right, is there a motion to approve the meeting minutes as noted for 5:10, all three, 5:25, and 5:31? The motion has been made by Secretary Triplett and supported by Trustee Rocket Martin. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none, now we have officially, I'm sorry, Secretary Triplett, can you call the vote for the meeting minutes?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, thank you. Now we are officially at our 2022-2023 budget hearing. I am going to pass the floor over to Mr. Johnson. And as indicated earlier, there is a section for public comment after he presents. You have the floor, Mr. Johnson.
We need to hear.
I would ask that you pull your mic just a little bit closer.
The purposes of the budget hearing are threefold. One is to provide summary information on the proposed budgets. A second purpose is to comply with the Uniform Budgeting and Accounting Act. And the third reason is to provide input, receive input rather, from the Board of Education and the public on the proposed budgets. The sequence of the budget hearing will be as follows. We'll present each budget by fund, and then we'll share a very brief truth in taxation hearing. We'll share the proposed 2022 millage rates, and we'll be happy to respond to any questions that you may have.
Excuse me, President Robinson.
Yes,
Do we have a copy of this presentation?
yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. It's in your binder and it should be clipped together after Ms. Waddell's. Yes, ma'am.
I would just like to see the packet. Where is it?
It's right after Ms. Waddell. So you should have like a safety clip in your thing. It's clipped together all as one.
Gotcha, thank you.
All right. You have the floor, Mr. Johnson. Has everyone found it?
Yeah.
All right.
Well,
You may
thank
proceed.
We'll also be happy to provide a copy of the PowerPoint presentation. The story tonight, the budget story, is there's a lot to like about the proposed budget, and we'll share the reasons for that near the end of the presentation. The Board of Education adopts the budget level at the detail that's included on the summary page of each budget, and the summary page looks like this slide.
Mr. Johnson, something, I don't know if your mic is on or working as normal. And members of the board, if you'd like to move to the audience to be able to see a little bit better, you guys that are on the end, you're more than welcome to do so, which I know you all don't need my permission, but just wanted to remind you that you have that option.
We'll see if this works better.
That's a little, yep, that's better.
The budgets will be presented by fund. We'll start with the general fund budget, followed by the food service fund budget, then the sinking funds, and conclude with the student activities fund. For the general fund, we'll start with the revenues and then talk briefly about the expenditures and provide some information about fund balance. On the revenue side, let's take a look at where the money comes from for the general fund. You can see that for the upcoming fiscal year, almost half of the funds from the budget will be coming from the federal government. And the second largest revenue source would be from the state of Michigan, primarily in the form of state school aid. And then the next largest source would be local taxes, which is primarily property taxes. This next graph shows our foundation allowance history for the last 15, 18-ish years. And you can see that the district has increased the foundation allowance. The state had increased the foundation allowance most years. There are a couple, actually 3 different times you can see where the state, actually more than 3 times shown in yellow, where the state had frozen the foundation allowance. And there was 1 year in the past 20 years where the state actually reduced the foundation allowance. The rightmost 2 years represent the current fiscal year and next fiscal year. The most furthest right column is the estimated foundation allowance for next year. And we're waiting for the state of Michigan to approve the State Aid Act for the next fiscal year. That's still in the legislative process. So that's strictly an estimate currently. Let's take a quick look at the general fund expenditures. This graph shows where the money goes. You can see on the left side of the graph, the purple slices of the pie denote people costs. And you can see that almost 60% of our costs in the upcoming budget are for people. That does not include the people that we employ through a third party like EduStaff. And if you factor that in, it's closer to 70%. This next slide
Secretary
shows,
Triplett, I'm sorry, Secretary Triplett has a quick question for you.
Sure.
Can you go back to that? When you say where does the money go, you said that in this budget, will we be able to find out how much money is actually spent for third parties? Is there anywhere that you said was 70%?
I'll be happy to look that up after the meeting for you and provide that separately. We don't have one budget line. We have a number of budget lines for that, but I'd be happy to mine that data for you, provide that separately.
And so when you say salary, this is just for my general fund, right?
Yes.
So 35% of the salary in our district that come from the general, 35% of our money goes to salary.
I think he said 70%.
Well, on here it says 35 on here.
To clarify, it's 35% for salaries.
So I would ask that you allow me to give you guys the floor so we can make sure he's able to answer the question. Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
I think it's 35% for salaries for Benton Harbor Area Schools employees and 24% for employee benefits for Benton Harbor Area Schools employees. The purchase service costs would be above and beyond that.
One more question. If you see here, where it says 4%, what is miscellaneous? If you just gave me an overview of what miscellaneous is.
Sure. That would include such expenses as dues and fees for various district employees. It would also include some other costs that are not that do not fit other classifications like salaries and benefits, purchase services, such as property tax, uncollectible property taxes, and a variety of other costs.
So we can't get a line item for each one of these particular sections, correct?
There are separate line items in the budget for miscellaneous costs. There are probably at least 15 to 25 of those line items. And I could provide you a more extensive list of the types of those costs.
Yeah, I'll send you an email of what I need specifically, but I was just wondering if that's available. That information you have available in your office, correct?
I can pull that online. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right, you may proceed, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. The next graph shows our utility cost history for the past almost 2 decades. And you can see the red bars, the red portion of the bars represent our electricity costs. The tannish, light orangish color represents our natural gas costs, and the water costs are shown in the blue. And the right 2 bars show the final budget amounts in the final budget that's being presented this evening. And the furthest right column represents the initial budget for the next fiscal year. And you can see that the costs are projected to be significantly higher this year, meaning the 21-22 fiscal year, than for last year. And then we've also included a projected increase for next year, primarily because of the situation in Ukraine and the effect on global energy prices. We'll take a quick look now at fund balance. This is sometimes called the rainy day fund, but it's really part of each fund, not a separate fund. It's sometimes also called the operating reserve. The accountants call it, or the definition of it is short-term assets minus short-term liabilities at the fund level. And it's calculated for the general fund, for the food service fund, and for the two sinking funds. This next graph shows the district's fund balance history, and the rightmost bar, top right corner, is the projected fund balance as of June 30 of this fiscal year. This graph shows the district's long-term debt service requirements. So even though the district was able to recover from deficit last fiscal year, we still have long-term debt requirements. And you can see that this fiscal year, we're paying over $700,000 for long-term debt, and it will decline a little bit the next few years. And then after our state aid repayment is completed, not the emergency loans, but the state aid overpayment from a few years ago, once that's repaid, then we'll drop off to closer to 500,000 and gradually increasing over the next 20 years. A few notes regarding the 21-22 fiscal year and budget revision. It includes the teacher retention pay of $1,000 per certified teacher, and this was paid last Friday. It also includes updates to revenue and expenditure accounts for several grants, and it includes utility and other maintenance account adjustments and some additional adjustments throughout the budget as well. Let's take a look now at the proposed general fund budget for the next fiscal year beginning July 1. A few assumptions are on the revenue side. We're assuming that we'll have another enrollment reduction. This budget includes projected enrollment reduction from this year's blended student count of 1,494 to 1,375 student full-time equivalents. On the other side of that, though, the budget includes an estimated foundation allowance increase from the current level of $8,700 to an estimated $9,075. This amount won't be known until after the state of Michigan, the legislators and the governor reach concurrence or concur on and approve the State School Aid Act for the new fiscal year. And that could occur anytime between now and early October. In fact, it's even possible it'd be after October 1, but hopefully that will not occur that late. On the expenditure side, the budget also includes teacher salary increases subject to the Board of Education approval this evening of the collective bargaining agreement. It also includes increased board payment of health insurance premiums for teachers and non-represented employees, and it includes a new allocation of over $300,000 to fund textbooks and consumables. There are some unknowns because whenever the budget is adopted before the new fiscal year, before the state of Michigan completes the the state aid package, there will be some unknowns, and one of those big ones would be the foundation allowance amount for next fiscal year. Another big unknown is what our actual fall 2022 enrollment will be, and another one would be the actual award amounts for some of our federal grants. On the expenditure side, there's still definitely some unknowns. One of them is regarding utility costs in terms of usage and the actual per unit costs for the utilities. Another one would be actual bus costs and a variety of other unknowns as well. I'd like to give you a quick update on COVID grants. So we put together a quick dashboard for our several COVID grants. One is what's called the COVID Relief Fund. We've spent 100% of that. District COVID costs, we've spent 100% of that grant, and ESSER Equity Grant, we've spent 96.7% of that grant. And there are more. The gear, we've spent almost 2/3 of that grant. And then there's ESSER 2 grant, that's spent at 40.3%. And then ESSER 1 grant, we spent 100% of that. We're about 40.3% on the ESSER 2. So maybe, and then that concludes the general fund. Now we'll take a quick look at the
I'm going to pause for a second. Does anyone have any questions on the general fund that he just reviewed? Vice President Bradley.
When you said blended students on the enrollment, what does that mean?
Our enrollment or our foundation allowance, foundation revenue from the state is based on a blended rate of 10% of our enrollment for the previous February and 90% of the audited enrollment of the current school year's September count. So it's a blend of those two. You're welcome.
Secretary Triplett.
Yes, I guess when I look at this, this overview, for each, can you go back to the grant and what they have?
Mhm.
To the ones that we received, all of the ones, and I see where it's like, the COVID relief funds, 100% of those funds were already spent. So there should be a spreadsheet saying where those actually went. Is that not correct? A line item to say where the 100% of that money went for the COVID relief fund.
We can provide a report that shows that, sure.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, if it was spent, so there should be a report that we can get access to tell us what it was spent on. In the district COVID call. How much was the COVID relief fund? How much COVID relief fund did we get?
After the presentation, I'd be happy to look that up. It's in a different file, and if you can indulge me to provide that after the presentation, I'd be happy to do that, because I don't have that number memorized since we have 7 COVID grants.
So you're indicating you'll give it this evening after you provide, okay.
For each one, that's 100%, even and the ESSER as well.
All
No,
right,
they're not all 100%.
go ahead.
No, I said each one is 100% in the ESSER. We're in ESSER 1. We're now on ESSER 2. Am I not correct? With the ESSER funds or what have you.
We're spending from multiple grants concurrently.
I just want to know about these right here, the COVID relief fund, the district COVID costs, the ESSER. Can you go to the next one?
Sure.
Because if 97% or 65% of it is spent or 100% of it is spent, we should be able to pull easily what it was spent upon.
That's
That
we
should
got.
be, I mean, that's just my thought, that, you know, we say to the public, 100% of these funds have been spent, then we should, that document, in order for it to be spent, there has to be documentation and approval. And so I don't see where there should be any conflict of even getting this information tonight. But you don't have to do it right now. These are just my thoughts and questions that I will need some answers.
All right, Trustee Bowens.
I'm glad you said something that we knew about the deficit, because I think we as a board, I don't think how do I say this without, the public feels like we eliminated the debt, and we did not. And I think we falsified, and I'm not saying, maybe I shouldn't use falsified. My favorite quote, you can put lipstick on a pig and it's still a pig. And I think we did that, and we made it up and not told them, you know, when you go on the street, oh, you guys eliminated the debt. No, we still have a deficit. I mean, we eliminated the deficit, but we still have long-term debt. And I think we as a board need to make sure we're clarify it. Thank you. Thank you. That's it.
Okay,
That was another thing too, Madam President, and I piggyback on what Trustee Bowen said, and I just kept putting emphasis on that. Because of COVID funds and funding, even though it was a curse, we were able to do something, but to present it to the public, and we have to be clear of what we are saying to this community. And then we have to be responsible agent to make sure that it is articulated appropriately. I don't feel that it was sent out as a line, because that particular section of it was, we were able to say in our general fund, we have
with
a
a
fund
positive
balance,
fund balance.
a positive fund balance. However, we still have a $12 million long-term deficit. If it's $12 million, we still have that right now. And so we look at this budget, you know, with my requesting so that I could see some things to be able to make some informed decisions and be able to articulate, because it is very uncomfortable for me And I know that we have committees and what have you, and we've discussed this even as it relates to curriculum, not just finance. All of our committees, we have to do better. Well, we might not be able to do better because many of us are frustrated with how we get reporting and being able to get things out, but that's another conversation. But this is very clear. It needs to be known that this long-term debt has not been touched. It's being paid upon. But we still, I don't know, what is our long-term debt? Do we have that information?
It's in our audit report.
I'm just asking you, do we have that? Can you give me that number?
I'll be happy to see if I brought that.
President Robinson.
You have the floor, Treasurer Creighton.
Okay, thank you. I agree with mostly everything that was said. Just a few, I guess, questions and concerns, and I don't know if they would necessarily fall strictly under Scott, but as it pertains to the budget, one is now that we know that there's a projection with enrollment, which will definitely affect our finances. What is our plan in student services, the Office of Superintendent, whomever is responsible? What is our plan? Because this time next year, that'll be something that'll directly affect our finances. My second thing is, do we have a recruitment plan or retention plan for students? And then my third question is, and I guess this is probably more directly towards something Scott could probably direct us to in the budget, the building maintenance cost / capital projects. And I guess specifically, it's been an elephant in the room, I think, about, demolition and that whole process. However, in the meantime, we have approved contracts, and I happen to be out with my family this weekend, and down on the river, I noticed that chemical bank building looks severely neglected, and I know that we are in contract. So I just wondered, have we reallocated those funds and we're not paying for that building maintenance anymore? Or do we need to hold some contractors accountable and potentially start shopping?
Yes.
Thank you, Treasurer Creighton. So we'll allow Mr. Johnson so Liz, I know that you're taking notes. Treasurer Creighton's questions weren't just for Mr. Johnson, so if you can make sure they go to the correct chief. Okay. Yes.
I think this is one thing to piggyback on what Treasurer Creighton said. This is one thing that got us in this deficit because we continue to move as if we were not losing students. We continue to move as if nothing had changed. Just like we have 1,400 students, according to this, only almost 1,500 students in this entire district. I don't know specifically how many students we have at this high school, but we have 3 administrators in a high school. And even as a former administrator, salaries and decisions were made based on the number of students that you had in that particular building. If you had 500 students, then you were allowed to have an assistant principal. If you had less than 470 students, then you just had one principal in that building. And so these are things, and there's an ethical imperative that must take place, that we have to right size, because since I've been on this board, I have not heard anything as it relates to the reduction, as it relates to the general fund.
All right, so we're going to take another question, and then we're going to let Mr. Johnson proceed.
It's just a quick question, Madam President. Well, not a quick question, but a quick comment. I think the other thing we would also take into account is we don't know what the political climate is going to look like next year. So we also probably also start forecasting that as well, because we don't know if things are going to change in governorship, federal level, or what. So that's something else we should keep in mind too.
Thank you.
President Robinson,
You have the floor.
I don't think my questions were attempted. I just wondered, was that intentional or?
Oh,
You allowed
clarification
them to start
provided.
talking, yeah.
Okay, so is there clarification provided for the questions that Treasurer Creighton posed?
Can we get, what are the questions specifically? I know she's transcribing, but there's a lot of things.
Okay, perfect. 3 questions. May I respond, President Ramos?
You have the floor.
All right.
Dr. Townsend, I ask that you allow me to recognize you before you speak. Okay, I'll make sure my neck twists and turns. You have the floor.
If we turn our neck, then we labeled as angry black woman, right? So be careful with that, Director. So 3 questions. The projected budget and, projected enrollment reduction. If we know that, that will affect our budget significantly. So do we have a plan of action? And then is there a retention plan, recruitment plan? I guess taking it a step further, we graduated probably nearly 200. So are we looking at 1,200 now as enrollment, or are we still at 1,400? Because automatically after graduation, we're under. And then my third and final question, as it pertains to building maintenance and capital projects, where is that in our proposed budget?
All right, so I would think that the retention questions may either be for Ms. Waddell or Dr. Townsend, whoever would like to speak to that. It was kind of 2-part.
So I can answer all. So we have 1,400 enrolled, projected about 1,300 in the upcoming year. So that's just a projection. Now with our recruitment plan, as you see, there's about 15 billboards all over the city. That's our first step. Additionally, we do have brochures that came in that we're doing home visits, door-to-door visits to recruit our parents and give them the water bottles and such, the paraphernalia that we have to get them engaged to enroll. And the last question.
Where is the capital improvement cost in the budget? Is that correct? Treasurer Craig? Okay.
Building maintenance, yep.
It's a line item in the budget. I don't have it fingertips, but it's a line item in the budget. But we're more than happy to unpack it.
Okay.
May I clarify?
Yes.
Okay, I guess specifically, I was just asking, was that item, like, did we remove or reduce those contracts? Because we're noticing that some of our buildings are being severely neglected. So if this was a projection of whatever number we put, have we spent that money? Did we reallocate that money, or are we planning to spend that money before the fiscal year end? I guess that's what I'm saying. Like, so we're noticing that these contracts are either not being,
Yeah, some buildings are not being serviced completely. That's what you're saying.
yeah, so like, what are we doing with the money?
It just sits in the general fund, whatever we don't spend. But I do agree that I don't like the neglect that I see of some of the buildings that are kind of sitting around. But being financially responsible, we did prioritize our operating buildings.
Trustee Bowens.
Madam President, I would recommend that we as a board, or you guys, we got to get an aggressive recruitment. It's a reason why parents took their kids out of the district. It's a reason. And I know back in the day, Carol Schmidt, or was that, one of the superintendents, they sent postcards, they had hearings. We have to see what it is. We know our CTE program is depleted. What can we do to bring some of those programs back? And also, we have to have a moment of honesty. Some of administrators, and this is no reflection on administrators that we have now, but they told parents, you got options, and the parents took care of those options. When we were offering the Spanish program, dual language program, we had a high number. When that went out, it depleted. So we can't keep on putting a Band-Aid on. We have to get to the nitty-gritty, apologize to the community. We understand we messed up. This is what, we understand this is what we're doing now. Give us another chance. We got to get aggressive in recruiting. Otherwise, how do we continue to maintain?
Thank you, Trustee Bowens. I'm going to allow Mr. Johnson to proceed with the presentation. Did you have the long-term debt number? Okay, go ahead with that first.
Thank you. Our long-term debt,
Can't hear you.
as of June 30, 2021, the outstanding balance was $12,334,630.
Say that again, please.
$12,334,630. But that did not include the interest costs. The interest costs projected are a little over $2.9 million.
So it's 15 million long-term debt.
Yes,
Thank you.
closer to 14 million.
Okay, you may proceed, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. We'll turn next to the food service fund. This summary shows the level of detail at which the board approves the food service fund budget. A few quick highlights. The year-end revision includes an estimated federal revenue increase, and the fund balance for this fund presents kind of an interesting conundrum for the district. Our fund balance in this fund is over 25%, and that is in excess of the amount allowed by the Michigan Department of Education. So we've developed with Sodexo a plan to reduce the fund balance by purchasing various types of food service equipment over the next year. And the proposed budget for next fiscal year includes an assumption that we'll have reduced meal reimbursements due to declining enrollment. And I already talked about the fund balance. Looking at the sinking fund, this slide, which you'll receive in an email with the presentation, shows examples of the different ways the district has used sinking fund dollars over the past several years. We also have a relatively new fund. It's called the Student Activities Custodial Fund. This fund was in a different fund not last year, but we're now required to report in a new fund. And so we're doing that, and we request in the board resolution for the budget approval of the various amounts, and they're summarized just at the district level, elementary, middle school, and high school levels. Next, we'll have a very brief truth and taxation hearing. And this one will be very beneficial for the district because Michigan law, and I'll explain why in just a moment, Michigan law requires that local units of government, including public school districts, cities, townships, et cetera, roll back their operating millage rate proportionate to the overall increase in their non-homestead property values. And the millage rollback is required if there's no truth in taxation hearing. Without the truth in taxation hearing, we would be required to roll back our operating millage from the non-homestead property levy from 18 mils to 17.4 and some change. So we'd be required to roll it back a little over half a mil. And that rollback would cost the district $191,000 in lost revenue. So thank you for coming to the budget hearing and for enabling the district to not lose that $191,000. Next, we'll talk briefly about the proposed millage rates. For the homestead property, we're proposing the same rates in 2022 as we had last year, and you can see the amounts on the screen. On the non-homestead side, we're proposing, again, the same millage rates as last year. And I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation that there's a lot to like in the proposed budget. And I'll share a few of those reasons. In the upcoming fiscal years, the teachers will receive the biggest salary increase that they've received in years, possibly even decades, subject to the Board of Education's approval of the new collective bargaining agreement. Also, the budgets include no layoffs plans for 2022 or 23 fiscal year. And the proposed budget for next year includes an allocation over $300,000 to purchase new textbooks and related consumables. And the proposed year-end budget for the current fiscal year includes the previously approved teacher retention pay of $1,000 per certified teacher. That was paid last Friday. Also, it includes no millage increase in the proposed budget. And also the projected fund balance is projected to increase in the current fiscal year and next fiscal year. So there's a lot to like in the proposed budgets. Next steps for the Board of Education would be to consider and potentially approve the general appropriations resolutions later this evening, one for the year-end budget amendment for the current fiscal year and one for the 2022-23 initial budget. This time I'd be happy to respond to any additional questions.
All right, so your presentation is complete. Okay, so I'll open the floor just in case the board has any questions regarding the information that he just went over, and then we'll allow for public comment if there are no additional questions from the board. I'm perfectly fine with that. We can allow the public to ask questions at this time if you would like, and then we will allow the board to ask questions. This is what Trustee Bowen's suggestion is, and we really don't have it ironed out a specific way. So is there anyone that would like to make a comment at this time or ask a question regarding the presentation provided? And I acknowledge that you did ask your questions at the start of the meeting, Ms. Gavin. Any additional questions for the public? You have another one. I would say it should be able to, yes, come forward. It's regarding the budget, correct? Okay.
Of each expenditure. Is Munitracks available to the board and to the public?
Mr. Johnson? Or Dr. Townsend?
We expect that it will be within the next few weeks. We have uploaded a lot of documents to the Munitracks website, and we have several more to do. And then we will work with them and our IT staff to light up the link.
So what I would ask, and the special request being that we have a parent and community member that is looking forward to that, if we can just maybe do something quick on our website or our social media so parents are aware that that's an entity or service that's available when that goes live. All right, any additional questions from the public regarding the budget hearing? All right, at this time, I'll ask if there's any additional board questions. There are some staff reports later in Mr. Johnson's business and finance section that we'll have to take vote on, but I'm giving you all an opportunity to see if there's any questions regarding the actual presentation. Hearing. You catch me every time. You have the floor, Secretary. Are you
To the
eating
Board
them
of
peanuts?
Education, to the citizens of Benton Harbor, there's an ethical imperative that must take place. It is our responsibility as board members. I've been on this board for 1.5 years. And this is the first time that I've heard that we are still, as it relates to our long-term debt, almost $15 million in debt. Again, like I stated, there was a representative from the Office of Treasury who came down and worked with groups. I can't remember her name, had community town hall meeting.
Ms. Parker.
Joyce Parker. I had the opportunity to attend some of those meetings. Reports were given and recommendations and suggestions. Again, when I come to this board meeting, when I ask questions as it relates to the finance of this district, those reports, I just can't get, I guess I'm struggling with it on all levels, with almost over $500,000 in particular central administration, to say the least. These things, in my professional judgment, my professional experience, should be readily available. It's just no excuse. And this is why I wanted to have more time, because I feel, again, this presentation is presented here, no information, no dollar figure, just an overview, just general. And I guess I can't speak for anybody else, but I'm just supposed to receive that. I'm not doing that. I refuse to dummy myself down anymore. And I can no longer go along to get along. It's not personal, it's our responsibility. And so when questions are asked, they're not personal, they're not about you, because first of all, this is not any particular person's money. This money belongs to our taxpayers. This money is given to us as a result of our students and our staff. And so I think that our priorities are a little bit misplaced. The most disheartening thing for me since the pandemic, and I'm gonna close out, is after I start going out and to see our teachers working in restaurants, working in stores, second job and third jobs just to make ends meet. I have yet to hear, how much money are we paying for transportation? How much money are we paying for substitute teachers versus our teachers? You know, maybe I don't know how to read. Finance was not my maybe. But we're paying millions of dollars to external providers. And I think that we need to be looking at those types of things to make the necessary adjustments. But again, closing, thank you for your grace.
You're very welcome.
Madam
President
President.
Robinson.
Yeah, I need a lot more detail and a lot more information.
Okay, so we're gonna go to Treasurer Creighton and then we'll go to Trustee Buchanan.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know she was.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I
Did
just
you have a
wanted to
you wanted to provide a clarification?
No, it's more of a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so just to kind of support in the board report, we did talk about this in detail in our finance meeting, and I totally understand what Secretary Triplett is saying. However, our chief of finance, he did point out that there is a policy 6800, and it's listed in that financial board report, that we do have to actually, according to policy, work towards designating a portion of our fund balance. And so one of his recommendation was for us to do that towards our long-term debt. So we do want to acknowledge that we are aware that we do have long-term debt. So although, you know, the celebration might look different, or I think it's subjective according to, you know, being on the inside and actually crunching the numbers, I do think it's something to celebrate. We just can't, as if we were, you know, on a basketball court, you know, you can't celebrate and then allow the other team to score while you're celebrating. So we can't get stuck there. And so I do agree, and I understand the bigger picture. And so I think, you know, from an admin side, we are doing all that we can to crunch the numbers. I think one thing that we are neglecting is, again, making sure that we have the processes and the accountability in place to evaluate without taking it personal, vendor services, right size in the district. There are some things that we can do to definitely make sure we're not back in this position. So this is a position that we need to celebrate. However, we still have to plan so that we don't end up back in the same position or in the worst position.
Thank you, Treasurer Creighton. And I think if you were to use a sports analogy, we've got quite a few points, but we want to make sure we don't ultimately lose the game at the end. So I get and understand everything that everyone is saying, and I believe Trustee Buchanan had a question.
Yeah, I was, you know, like Mr. Tripp said, he been out here a year, so I've been on the board for a while. I don't know how many years, but I teach it. Yesterday I was at McCord, and I still call McCord Martin Luther King, and two teachers was coming out putting paper trash in a trash can. They said, because y'all didn't have to do their work. Now, I know this for a fact. We don't have the janitors that we have. But our teachers, we have some of the best teachers in the world. I say that. Some of them go out of their way. I remember at Calvin Britain, teachers going, taking their money buying curtains for the sun ringing on the kids. But these teachers said something to me. They said, I know, you know who I am? He said, no, really? I said, my name, I'm in Buchanan on the board. They said, we love these kids here. We love them. But wherever Mr. Johnson, whoever has to do something, our teachers, I remember when they took money from the teachers. I was at Bar School. I worked 32 years for the school system. And they would tell me, well, you shouldn't go do that. They didn't have nobody to put the kids across the street. So I volunteered free to do it. But our teachers are excellent. I know I've worked with some, I've seen some, I've called superintendent on some. She was in the classroom reading a Sunday school lesson. She had 10 special ed kids. They was in there saying everything, doing everything. So when we got ready to leave in the afternoon, she said, oh, Miss Buchanan, guess what? I said, I don't know. She said, they're gonna terminate me. I was say good, but I didn't say that. I said, oh, you that's too bad. We got school buses parked at these gas.
Trustee Buchanan,
Playing their number, I know. Playing their
please
number,
wrap up
let
your
children
comment.
drive, and the kids are late. So teachers, we need to pray, we need to hold some kind of campfire meeting or something, Ms. Roberts. And because we need our teachers. We don't need to lose any more teachers. Because these sons can't handle their kids.
All right, so thank you so much to the board, as well as those public members that did, or Ms. Gavin for providing a comment on the public budget hearing. What's wrong? Did I ignore someone? Oh, okay.
You can find them too. They laugh.
I missed a joke.
No.
Okay.
ADHD down here.
Oh, okay. Okay. So I just want to thank everyone for your comments and your time. Mr. Johnson, thank you for your presentation that you provided for the required hearings. And I know once we get to your actual staff reports, we'll be going over this information as well. I do want to, however, give the board a shout out because we got started. Secretary Triplett, what time did we get started? We were a little bit late with the meeting.
5:35.
Yeah, about 5:35. So we were anticipating starting our actual or finishing our public budget hearing by 6:30. We got started a little bit late when it's only 6:43. So we didn't actually go over too much time, even with the additional questions that were asked. So thank you to the board. And I appreciate your comments. And I also want to give Treasurer Creighton a shout out for bringing your Finance Committee report hard copy. While being that she mentioned it, I just want to remind the other chairs that I did request that you send your committee reports out to the board. So if you haven't had a chance to do so, if you could please get those sent out to us. I know a lot of the information that we go over in committee is going to be presented to us tonight. We will want to just make sure that we receive any additional insight or clarifications that you guys want to provide in your reports. So thank you for setting an example, Treasurer Creighton, and bringing yours. I appreciate that.
Always.
All right, so next on the agenda, we have board business. The first topic is interim superintendent discussion. So we're going to continue to work our way through our agenda. In light of the news from Dr. Townsend as it relates to Calvert County, the Board of Education is going to move forward with the transitional plan for the district. We need to prepare for succession to assure our parents, students, and community stakeholders will have a positive start to the 2022-2023 school year for Benton Harbor area schools. The Board of Education is committed to this endeavor. And Dr. Townsend is going to be making a comment in his superintendent comments later this meeting, just for clarification for everyone. But currently we're going to enter the discussion regarding interim superintendent. And so what I would like to do, I know that the Board of Education, we are a collective unit, but I know we all have individual ideas and thoughts on who or what we think would be the best point of action as it relates to naming an interim. The interim can be someone that's internal or external. And so I would like to allow for discussion on thoughts that you all have. If you have people that you think are strong candidates, the board is allowed to appoint a superintendent into that interim position. That person can apply to be permanent if interested. And then we want to ensure that we are ready for the upcoming school year. So we are trying to make sure that we can get a new permanent superintendent in place as soon as possible. So I am going to open up the floor. I'm going to kind of do it in two different sections just in case you have someone or thoughts in mind or comments in mind, whether it's someone that's internal or external. And then I would just like for you to briefly kind of give us, your thoughts regarding the internal candidate or the external candidate that you mentioned. So I'll open the floor if anyone has a suggestion.
President Robinson,
Yes, ma'am.
legally, are we able to have an open discussion about a personnel matter? I'm just
So,
wondering, that was
yeah.
one question, and I have another one. As far as, yeah, go ahead.
So yes, because we're discussing options for interim superintendent is something that we're required to do before the board. However, with that being noted, we want to ensure that comments that we're making are not things that sound like they're an evaluation of someone's performance.
And then, another, I guess, clarifying question. Is there an agenda item, to accept the resignation? Because I didn't see that as an agenda item. So legally, again, can we get into this discussion that we've not accepted the resignation? And I don't know the answer to that question I'm asking.
Trustee Bowen, did you have a comment on that?
That was the question, ma'am.
Okay, so we are able to have this discussion, and I will let you all know what my thoughts were. So currently, we at this particular time are discussing the fact that we have received it. We're going to also discuss the fact that we want to think about what a transition plan looks like. If you guys would like to amend the agenda to accept the resignation at this time, I'm more than willing to do that. But my thoughts were that we would have this discussion today, come back in our next meeting because we anticipated a future meeting, accept the resignation, vote on an interim, and then vote on whether we want to do a search firm. If you all would like to amend the agenda to allow for a vote to accept the resignation, we can do that.
Madam President,
You have the floor.
I would like to make a motion that we get a legal opinion on how to proceed. I just don't want to make a mistake right now. So is that possible that we can get our attorney on the phone to find out how we need to proceed?
I don't know if he would be willing to get on the phone, but if you would like and feel more comfortable, what we can do is table these particular items until we get the clarification. I did speak with him about it and discuss this particular topics, but I'm okay with us tabling it to a different meeting.
I'm not sure, Madam President.
You have the floor.
I'm not sure that we have time. I just wondered, since he did give you a legal opinion, if you can share that, because again, I don't want to violate our superintendent's privacy contract in any way. I would hate to, from an HR perspective, what we were told on the committee is that we cannot proceed without accepting a resignation. So because we still have not accepted that resignation, it scares me to move forward in any way with this discussion.
I understand what you're saying. So what I would ask is there a motion to amend the agenda to allow us to accept the resignation?
So I made a motion to get a legal opinion before we move forward. So may I make a motion that we take a recess until we can get that legal opinion? Would that be more sufficient?
I can try to see if I can reach him.
Okay, I make a motion that we take a brief recess to see if we can get a legal opinion on how to move forward.
Is there a support? Support. All right, if there is no disagreement, we're going to take a brief recess and I will call Gardner. 6:50.
Triplet.
Yeah.
It's okay. Okay, so at 6:58, we're going to try to get started if everyone's ready. You can finish up and then I'll leave it choking.
It's the smirk for me.
Who?
All right, so I'm going to return from recess. It is officially 6:58. So I did reach Gardner after a couple of attempts, and he clarified that because Dr. Townsend has provided his resignation, it would not be a violation of his rights for us to have the discussion. However, we can choose to do two things. We can amend the agenda to allow for the vote to accept the resignation, or we can move the items to another meeting and do them all at the same time. So I think that just from the kind of whispers that I've heard from members of the board that you guys are kind of wanting to do the special meeting. Okay, so at this particular time, I'll ask, did you have a comment before we do that?
Madam President, I guess if you watch the movie Chicken Litter, and he's saying the sky is falling, and nobody believed him, we got 2 weeks.
Mhm.
We have less than 2 weeks.
So I was gonna ask for availability for this week. So I wasn't giving us much
This week?
time. Mhm.
President Robinson,
You have the floor.
I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda to accept the resignation of our superintendent and to schedule a special meeting to discuss the interim superintendent.
Okay, so, thank you down there, Trustee Buchanan. Okay, so, and if I misstate what you say, please correct me.
No problem.
Treasurer Creighton has, because I try to reflect, Treasurer Creighton has made a motion to allow for us to amend the agenda. And in the amendment, we would be adding under board business, accepting the superintendent's resignation. And we would also be tabling the interim superintendent and search firm discussions. Is that correct?
To a special meeting.
To a special meeting, or removing them from the agenda, which I would then create a special meeting. Okay, so is there a motion to support? Oh, Trustee Buchanan supported. Any other questions, comments, or concerns? All right, Secretary Triplett, I know you're gonna have to add a box. Oh, you add the box, Liz? He needs an extra row for the vote. Well, HR, so Trustee Bowens just asked the question as to whether this should go under HR. HR is the district's employee, the superintendent is ours. All right, Secretary Triplett, can you please call the vote for the amendment to the agenda just to clarify? We are amending, adding acceptance of Dr. Townsend's resignation as of June 30th. 2022. And we are also removing the discussion regarding interim and search firm, which will be scheduled for a special meeting.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
No.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Bowen,
Can you come back to me?
Trustee Buchanan,
No.
She can change it, man. Go ahead.
I said no.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
No.
Trustee Bowen,
No.
Okay, did that pass or fail? Okay, so that failed.
You didn't
Um,
vote.
Oh, I didn't vote?
No, you did not.
I thought you called me first.
I did. President Robinson was yes.
Mhm.
Secretary Triplett was yes. Treasurer Creighton was yes. All other were no.
So that was Buchanan, Rocket, Bradley, and
Yeah.
Bowen said no.
So President Robinson, just to clarify, so they want to discuss this tonight without accepting the resignation, is that what we're saying?
I guess
That's what I'm confused
that's
on.
what we need the clarification on. Are you guys, so I'm not sure if you guys are wanting to, and I apologize, but are you guys wanting to accept the resignation and then go into the conversation, or what? For those that voted no, can you provide me clarification of what exactly?
My clarification is,
1 second, Trustee Buchanan. And I will also indicate that I sent out the agenda, and it would be very helpful for us if we could kind of have these conversations before, but I know we've all had time and rethought some things. So go ahead.
My main reason for voting no is, honestly, I don't want to accept the resignation of Dr. Townsend. And then the other thing is, I am in favor of moving that discussion to a separate meeting if we need to, especially if we have to go into closed session. But it's okay, especially right now, since we have members of the public here, to discuss, our thoughts on the interim and, discussions of a search firm if we need to.
President Robinson,
You have the floor, Treasurer Creighton.
I'm confused because we weren't accepting the resignation right now. We were voting to
Taking a
amend
vote
the
to amend
agenda.
the agenda, correct? To allow us to take the vote on whether we accept the resignation.
Thank you for the clarification because I got confused too.
Oh,
Yeah, so
Very
we were just voting.
No, y'all clearly was confused because she stated it.
Yeah, so what we just took the vote on was just the amendment of the agenda to allow us to take a vote on the resignation. And I think that you were saying that you're okay with moving the discussion to a different date.
But then the vote was confused then because that's what we were voting for, to move the discussion to a date and to.
Okay, so one second. We have to get through this very quickly. If you, and this is just me, I want to kind of see where people are going so we can move forward with this agenda because we'll be here all day getting mixed up. If you are okay, if you are in favor, and this is just for me to see, so we can clearly understand by a show of hands because words are confusing us. If you are in favor of amending the agenda to allow us to take a vote on accepting the resignation, raise your hand. Okay. If you are in favor of waiting for a special meeting and postponing the interim superintendent discussion and the search firm discussion to another meeting, raise your hand. Okay, okay. So based on that, it sounds like what the majority of the board wants to do is amend the agenda to allow us to take a vote on whether we accept the superintendent's resignation, as well as postpone the discussion. You got that? Okay. So I'm going to take over really quickly. Is there a motion? Well, Treasurer Creighton has already made the motion, but I am going to ask, is there a motion to allow for the amendment of the agenda to accept the superintendent's resignation?
Madam President,
Yes.
I think it's the wording. So you wouldn't be amending the agenda to accept
For the vote.
Right, so
Okay.
basically the amendment would be to add the superintendent's resignation to the agenda.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there a motion for that?
I make a motion that we add the superintendent's resignation to the agenda under board business and to table our discussion for interim superintendent to a special meeting.
Is there a second or support? Okay, so the motion has been restated by Treasurer Creighton. Everyone has clearly understood what it is that we're doing. Trustee Buchanan has supported it. So we are just allowing the placement of the vote on the agenda and then moving the discussions to a different meeting. Secretary Triplett, please call the roll. He said he can. Okay.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley.
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Bowens,
yes.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, so being that we've amended the agenda, the interim superintendent discussion and the search firm discussion will be added to a different meeting. I'll call a special meeting for that. And we will handle the scheduling for that meeting under new business because it's technically new. I just want us to get through this agenda. So what we've added to board business was the us now actually taking the vote on whether we accept the superintendent's resignation as of June 30th.
President Robinson.
Did I say it wrong again?
Well, just to clarify, the search firm discussion was not tabled. I thought they were two separate items. So was that for us to just decide if we were going to move forward with the search firm or not? Because I think they were separate. I didn't include it in the motion because I thought they were separate. I'm sorry if I did something wrong. I just did. I didn't think.
So in my opinion, if we're wanting to have these, okay. Liz, do you have the notes for what we, so you were only doing the interim superintendent discussion, but
Well, because honestly, the search firm is just to discuss if we were going to move forward with the search firm. It doesn't mean anything else. Just like, okay, are we gonna move forward with the search firm? Because if not, we would have to do it internally, as
which
a
is what I
board.
planned it to be.
This is
Okay,
my understanding.
I haven't given you the
Oh,
floor.
I'm sorry.
so that was just to clarify, was that intentional that they go hand
It
in
was just a
hand?
discussion.
Okay,
Yeah. So your motion that you made was not including both. It was just one.
well, because I didn't think the search firm was, it would just be like us kind of giving our opinion so that at that special meeting, if whatever we need to do to decide that, we can kind of do that at the special meeting, but to get the, I guess, board consensus on whether we're gonna move forward with a search firm or what our preference is. That wouldn't necessarily be a confidential discussion. That would just be simply kind of seeing where people are, because I don't really know. I've only used and participated with a search firm. I don't know the workload that would take.
Secretary Triplett.
My understanding is of what was just said and what I called myself supporting was that we would vote under board business to accept the resignation of the superintendent. And that we would have a special meeting to make a decision whether or not we will, the discussion about the interim superintendent. And if we wanted to use a search firm, because the information was sent out and to the Board of Education of the opinion of the attorney as it related to what it looks like and what it would require of us if we decided to use a search firm. And a search firm is not something that we might all want to do. We might want to say that we want to, but that's what the discussion would be about. So tonight, we will accept the resignation of the superintendent. We will vote to accept the resignation of the superintendent because we definitely need to get it in motion. Identifying somebody, since our superintendent is going to be leaving on the 30th of June, the resignation has already been placed and going to be moving on the 30th of June is his last day. We have, just from personal experience as an administrator in this district, that we have had, it's not like if our superintendent is not here on the 30th and on July the 1st that the district is going to fold. Again, we have over $1 million in central administration fees and services. So it should be able to continue everybody should be able to continue to do their work. So that's one thing that we need to be clear on. We do need to make a decision whether or not, and if so, because I did not feel comfortable, and I'm sorry I did not call you when I did see the agenda, just because I did have some concerns. I don't feel comfortable sitting here discussing in front of the public who I might think would be a good interim person. We are an EOE, and we have to be careful, and we have to be mindful of the types of things that we put out in the public. So I am glad that we did take this off the agenda and that we did add that we will be having a special meeting to talk about how we'll move forward either with an interim or how we'll be moving forward with an interim and if we're going to decide whether or not we want to use a search firm ourselves. And then, to accept the resignation, because I just think we need to, since the resignation has been tendered, we need to move forward and go forth and make a decision on what we're going to do as a board of education.
Okay, so I'm going to ask Liz, is she present? do you have the minutes just so that I can make sure what Treasurer Creighton's motion stated?
Well, it was kind of said in a couple different ways, so I would,
The last time.
wanted to add the superintendent's resignation to the agenda and table discussion of the board business, but that's when you came up. And you said it was.
Definitely not that. I said to table the thing is, President Robinson, I'm not against it. I just did not include it because I didn't know that they relied on each other. I thought the search firm was just a discussion on whether or not it was the preference of the board to do that. And so I thought that we were still going to discuss that. Now, if you call for a motion to add that, I'm okay with that. I just did not include it because I didn't know that they were codependent on each other.
So in my opinion, because I've allowed for a lot of discussion, I think that it would be best for us to do them in the same meeting.
Okay.
And so what I would suggest, and I rarely amend myself, but I call for amendments to assist, is that we amend the agenda to allow for us accepting the rest, to take the vote on whether we accept, and then remove interim superintendent discussion and search firm discussion and hold those in their own special meeting.
President Robinson,
Yes.
I make a motion that we table search firm discussion to the regular scheduled meeting about the interim superintendent discussion.
All right. Buchanan has supported. Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yeah.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
motion carried.
Okay, so to make sure everyone's clear, the only item of board business that we have currently is accepting the resignation of the superintendent. Is everyone clear?
Yes.
All
Sorry for the
right.
confusion.
It's okay. So we don't actually have a staff report. However, we are not a staff, we're a Board of Education. So I'm gonna ask, is there a motion for the Board of Education for Benton Harbor Area Schools to accept the resignation of the superintendent, Dr. Andre Townsell, as of June 30th, 2022?
I make a motion that the Board of Education accepts the resignation of the superintendent as of June 30th, 2022. At the will of the superintendent, he did submit the resignation.
All right, is there a second or support for that motion?
Support.
The motion has been made by Treasurer Creighton and supported by Secretary Triplett. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Madam President,
Trustee Bowen.
I do think we need to make sure we're telling the community that this board, I don't know,
Just say it and be nice.
what'd you say?
Just say it and be nice.
That this board has not done anything wrong. I'm trying to walk that thin line, that this is Dr. Townsell's prerogative to submit his letter of resignation. I also think, well, never mind. I'll shut it up right there. Once we got this, I think we should have been on this immediately. And I think we let too much time get past us. And I don't know what message we're sending out, that we waited this late when we've seen articles and Facebook posts and stuff, that we waited this late to move on this. And now we're at the last minute. We're now voting to accept, and we're voting for special meetings and everything. I just think we need to be transparent with the community, let them know that we've had this is his prerogative. This is nothing that the board has done, because, the rumor out in the street is this board is hard to work with. There's nothing, I think it needs to be said that this is him who's wanting to leave at his own. He's still under contract and everything.
Okay. Dr. Townsell, I know that you had planned to make a comment in your superintendent comments regarding Benton Harbor area schools. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Secretary Triplett.
Well, for me, Madam President, again, with us, first of all, like Trustee Bowen said, the resignation had nothing to do with Benton Harbor Area School Board of Education, because there's a lot of people on the flip side that say they appreciate the work that the board is doing. And this is a rather new board, and so we're learning as we go. But so you hear it all different directions. The resignation was sent. There was some confusion whether or not the actual resignation was what it was and what it had, but we received a resignation. And so we do need to move forward, but I do want to encourage the community and to let the community know that even at this pace, that we're still good, that we will be able to continue the work of Benton Harbor Area Schools. Our staff, I have all the confidence in the world in the chiefs that we have hired here in Benton Harbor Area School, that this work will continue. And we just need to move forward and not look back.
Thank you. I believe Treasurer Creighton made the motion and Trustee Buchanan supported. If there's no other comments, I'll ask the Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson,
You
I do
have the
have
floor.
a.
You supported?
I did.
Okay.
I was just going to thank Dr. Townsend for his service and you know, we are proud, even if we don't show it, that we've had a superintendent now that was recruited across the country and that had the opportunity to land a great position. So, you know, he did have a great evaluation. It was in a newspaper. And so I guess I look at this different. You know, we're close to the same age. And, you know, I don't know if we've looked, but as we approach our Juneteenth, like this is something to celebrate. And I don't think we celebrate it enough. Sometimes we think about, you know, the have-nots, but, you know, this is a great opportunity. We have to think about it like our superintendent is going to a district that is doing well and he can continue the good work there, and that he's put some great systems in place and he has a good admin team to our left that can continue to work. And I think, you know, we can't look at the glasses being half empty, but it is half full. And so I think we need to be positive about it and congratulate our superintendent and us not to rain on this parade for him, because this is a great accomplishment.
Thank you, Treasurer Creighton. Trustee Buchanan, I'll allow you to go ahead.
Okay, and I really don't, I hate to see him leave, because he has done some things. It was, a young man came to me, he couldn't read, he was $1,000, and I said, you know, well, I talk to the kids different to the parents, I got respect for everybody. So I said, why you, come here, I said, you know, you can't read. I said, you know, so I told him, go see Dr. Townsend, it's up to him. He's young, and this been happening. I came in 1966. I met a lot of people that wanted me to do wrong, but they were running for this, running for that. But he's young, he got a young family, and Ben Howard don't want to pay you no money. He's real. People that have been paid 20 years. So I can understand him. I hate to see Dr. Townsend because I had a person respect with his daughter, which I never got to meet her, but we was his boss. And when he came to us, he said, what we gonna do? He couldn't handle it. You better been out there, everybody tell you, I wish I could tell you what I wanted. They said, Luke, I said, do you go, once you go volunteer in kindergarten, read a book to the kids. They ain't gonna do nothing. And if you listen to them, they'll pull your back down. I hate to see you go. I love you. Do good wherever you go and keep it tight. And send me on favorite trip. Remember, that's my birthday. If you in Kansas City, you in Mississippi, make sure I get my gift. Thank you.
Vice President Bradley.
Anything else? Thank you, Doctor.
Oh, good evening, everyone. I just want to say, you know, after this vote, well, y'all already know where I stand. I remember when I first met you, Dr. Townsend, it was at the end of 2019. We didn't predict a global pandemic at all when you first came aboard. So I know that with me, and Trustee Buchanan was on the board at the time when Dr. Townsend came on board and the interview process. And we had a plethora of great candidates that came before us, and you came up as our candidate. And so, like I said, I hate to see you go. You've changed a lot in our district. You know, there's still room for improvement, but you changed a lot. Our social media presence, which is a big thing in this time, you know, the teachers, you know, working with the teachers to get their salary, what they deserve, you know, for all the hard work they do, the environment at the buildings, with the individual principals. So there's a lot, you know, and so I hate to see you leave our district. So with that being said, I'm done.
Thank you, Vice President Bradley. I think the only person that hasn't spoken is Raquel Martin and myself.
I didn't know we were doing this at
You
this
just-
time. I was just gonna say my
Okay.
comments to the end. But however, I will say them now. I am sad to see Dr. Townsend go for the simple fact that I've been through many superintendents in 50 years, 45, almost 50 years in Benton Harbor as an employee. And the thing that impressed me the most with Dr. Townsend is the fact that.
Can you speak in the
whenever-
mic for Liz?
I'm sorry. The thing that impressed me the most with Dr. Townsend was whenever there was an issue at the table, whether he agreed with the board or not, he always had a saying that he would say, "I'll do whatever you ask me to do." And to find an employee that is willing to do whatever you ask him to do, that's a good thing. I also like the fact that he is pro-teacher that I've seen. He's pro-community. The community has confidence in him. I've seen where they rally behind him. And with the Tiger Pride and the Tiger Nation, I've seen how we put our strategic plan in place. And I would like that to continue. Not that it won't continue, but I would like for the leadership that we had in place to continue that, at least for a couple of more years to watch it go. The other fact is the matter is that when you look for new superintendents, you are going to spend some money. And my thing is, if you can, you know, if we use a search form or whatever, it's expensive. And my thing is that could be added to the benefit package for our superintendent that we have now. Those are my findings on it. And I just like the positive. He lives in the community. He's getting water just like us because he has lead in his water. He didn't go and, you know, rent a $25,000 or more house. I mean, you know, a big house or whatever. But I would like to urge our board to consider that. We have a person that somebody else wants, that people are seeking after. We have one of the best superintendents. And I would like to keep that superintendent, you know, in place here so we can continue to have the best superintendent in the Tiger Nation.
Secretary Triplett.
Well, I'd like to say to Dr. Townsend, when they got down to the last finalist for the new superintendent, I was not on the board then, but I was in the office, in the audience, and I was looking at the board members, and I my finger like this, and you know, you're my brother. I'm proud of you. I have never wanted anything but the best for you. We share something very, very special and very unique. And I just want you to know that as a senior brother, who is now a member of the Board of Education, that I'm gonna push, because I want you to be the very, very best. I want to thank you for coming here. Not the easiest place, but it's a great place. It's a beautiful place. It's a good place. So I don't have any of these thoughts in my mind like somebody's coming here to do a favor. It's a blessing. We've allowed many people to come here. And I think that, as I shared with you, when you came to this community accepted you with open arms. I wish you the very, very best. We'll always be praying for you. I'll probably see you at the National somewhere, and again, please know from my heart, Brother Triplett, love you, and I just wanted the best for you, and I wish you and your family well. As young African-American men in education is not easy. That's why it's so few of us that are afforded this privilege and this opportunity. So when you go there, do well. The things that you had an opportunity to experience them here, I hope you grow. And I know it's in you. You're young, it's a long way to go. You'll be powerful. And God bless you.
Thank you, Secretary Triplett. Trustee Buchanan, were you trying to clarify something with me?
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying to find out. Are we done with the agenda?
So what we're doing is we're giving our comments on accepting the superintendent's resignation. And then after I make my comment, we're gonna take a vote on accepting the resignation.
Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know I'd make a comment. I got a long story about him, so let me tell it. Let me tell it. No, I was just messing.
Okay, I thought she made a comment already.
No, who said that?
I'm sorry, me, that was me.
No,
Didn't you,
Mr. President, no disrespect. Mr. Triplett.
did I miss it?
Mr. Triplett be calling me about Dr. Thomas.
She'll make it later, but she
I don't know what he gonna do. I didn't know how we got argued.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna,
I'm sorry. Mr.
It's
President.
okay.
What do you say? Go ahead.
no, it's okay. So I think that my journey with Dr. Townsend is a little bit different because we both came in at around the same time. So we both had to navigate and learn how to be leaders on this board. He actually had to give me an orientation as a board member so that I would understand where the district was. We've had our amazing moments as team members. We've had some tough conversations behind the scenes as it relates to accountability and concerns that the Board of Education has. But overall, I'm extremely proud of your growth as a leader in Benton Harbor area schools. And I have been torn because I understand your pursuit of a greater opportunity or the next opportunity in your life. But also when you've established a leadership team, you want to try to keep that stability at the board table and within the executive team, and we don't want to see any of our team members go. And so I've been torn in being excited and honored that you were selected, but also sad that Benton Harbor area schools is going to leave you. And so I just wish you the best in what your future holds. I thank you for your support that you've provided to this district, and I am honored to have served with you during your tenure here. So that is my comment. So if there's no others, I'm gonna ask that Secretary Triplett call the vote, and I'm gonna ask that you not call me first, if that's okay. I know others have done that. I never have. I'm gonna ask that this time. Or if you call me, I'm gonna say, can you come back to me? So you can do it the way you want to.
President Robinson.
Can you please come back to me?
Somebody will lock me out of my computer. No.
They said, don't take the vote. IT, are you messing with the tech?
No. Vice President Bradley.
Can't come back to me, not joking. No.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yes.
trustee Rocket Martin,
No.
trustee Robinson. President Robinson.
I don't want to change it.
I think the majority already has it, if I'm not mistaken, but I'm gonna say no.
Motion carried.
Y'all so funny.
What happened?
I did vote.
She voted. She said she know her vote. You voted to accept the resignation.
I didn't, I said yes, last time, yes. I meant no, but yes. Yes, I said yes, you got it.
Okay. I'm like, what's this come up? All right. So we finally gotten through board business. It's only been 2 hours, but that included the public budget hearing. So we're gonna proceed with giving the floor to Dr. Townsend to go over his items. He's going to begin with the collective bargaining agreement.
Thank you, President Robinson. Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Subject, collective bargaining agreement between Benton Harbor Education Association, Michigan Education Association, and National Education Association, Benton Harbor Area Schools. Date, June 14, 2022. Reason for board consideration to approve the negotiated collective bargaining agreement between Benton Harbor Education Association, MEA, NEA, and Benton Harbor Area Schools. The facts and analysis, the CBA has been negotiated within the parameters provided by the board. Major highlights, a 3-year contract through June 30th, 2025, possible wage reopener in 2024. The district contributes 90% of hard cap effective September 2022 and 100% effective January 2023. Each pay level will increase by at least $6,150. Extra pay amount increased from $30 an hour to $37.5 an hour. 4 steps were added to the top of the pay scale in a 187-day contract. Bylaw reference is 0122, board powers. The recommended action is that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education vote to approve the collective bargaining agreement between the Benton Harbor Education Association, MEA, NEA, and the Benton Harbor Area Schools District as presented.
All right. Is there a motion to approve staff report S1? And just for you all's references, we do have the copy of that agreement. Is there a motion to approve staff report S1?
Support.
The motion has been made by Secretary Triplett and supported by Vice President Bradley. And I just want to let you guys know, because we've taken the 2 hours and Trustee Bowens asked for the 3-minute limit, my graciousness has run out. So I'm going to move us forward in this board meeting like a 1974 Cadillac. So hold on. Any questions, comments, and concerns regarding staff report S1?
Just as long as our teachers feel comfortable and good with this, they wouldn't be here if they did not agree. So I'm glad that you guys were able to negotiate and come up with something that you could live with, and we're still going to try to find ways to make you all whole.
Trustee Bowens.
You know, some people don't know I have a monthly, at least a monthly chat session with some seasoned teachers. I told them I wasn't going to vote for this, and they threatened to beat me up if I didn't. So I am going to support this. However, when we look at the budget, and my question is, we're doing this now, but we're also anticipating student loss. How do we make sure we sustain this rate?
Dr. Townsend.
So it's just a projection with the student loss. We don't know. Don't forget we're recruiting. Additionally, I do believe the state aid fund may go up. So even if we do lose, if it goes up $500, it's still a smaller net loss in the long term.
So voting on this is hypothetically, we can lose it, and state aid may not go up.
But it possibly will, or just stay the same. But we're going to be fine. I mean, it's been worked out with the business department. This is a phenomenal contract for our teachers. Our teachers love it, and we can afford it.
All right, thank you.
To assist Trustee Bowens with this question, I think it's Mr. Johnson, in your suggested budget for the upcoming school year, you've included a decrease in potential decrease or in student enrollment, as well as the increases reflected on this report, correct?
That's correct. It includes
Okay.
foundation allowance increase and reduced student enrollment.
Okay. Any other questions regarding staff report S1? I would just like to say that I am excited that we have come to an agreement with our teachers. And I think Secretary Triplett said, you know, we've made efforts in the past to try to do steps and increases. So I'm excited that we do have an agreement that works for you all, and I'm looking forward. So I'm celebrating this accomplishment because I don't want to take from it, but I'm also looking forward to seeing how we can continue to ensure that you all feel whole. So I think this is definitely an amazing step in the right direction. If there's no other comments, I'll ask that Secretary Triplett call the vote. You called the vote already? You didn't call the vote? S1, we didn't call the vote yet. Trustee Bowens asked a question
Okay.
before we
President
got,
Robinson,
yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yeah.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, next on the agenda is the district calendar. Dr. Townsend.
Subject, the approval of the 2022-2023 school year calendar. Date June 14, 2022. Reason for board consideration is to approve the annual district calendar. Facts and analysis is the presented calendar have been developed in collaboration with the administration and the teachers union. The calendar meets the requirements of student instructional hours as well as provide for professional development days for our staff. Additionally, it complies with the state requirements for public school districts. Policy reference 8210 school calendar. The recommended action that Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve the 2022-2023 school year calendar as presented.
All right, is there a motion to approve staff report S2?
I make a motion to approve staff report S2.
And I support it.
The motion has been made by Vice President Bradley and supported by Trustee Buchanan. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
Yes, Madam President.
You
as
have
I
the floor.
Review the calendar. You all will go to the calendar with me. There is no date on here for graduation. So we look at this calendar date. I know that the school's date, that the school is ending a little bit later. It'll be the last day of school for all students. It'll be the 14th of June, but I did not see anywhere on here when graduation will be held.
Is there clarification on that? Do we set that earlier, closer to the date, or Ms. Gibb?
Graduation is the Friday before the last day of school, but it's just.
The last day of school is.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, I think President Robinson asked, when we look at a calendar, graduation should be on the particular calendar that we get ready to accept. So I don't know exactly what it is, but as we accept it as is, it does not have the graduation date. This is the school calendar, so I don't know if that adjustment can be made now or how that will work.
Ms. Gill, did you have a comment? Go ahead. You have the floor. I'm going to ask that all others at the table that have not been called on could please keep your inner comments to yourself, politely and graciously asked. Ms. Gill.
I just wanted to clarify that calendar that was submitted actually pertains to contractual dates that teachers work and the school is open. It does not necessarily have the events. However, absolutely, once events can be added to it. And
Graduation is not an event. Graduation should be on this calendar.
we can certainly add it.
Yes, it should be on
absolutely.
this. It's not an
So,
event.
so does anyone have the Dr. Townsend, you indicated that it's the Friday before the last day of school.
It is June.
That's June 9th.
It would be June 9th.
Okay,
It's normally, President Robinson,
yes.
I think it's normally the first off, might I mention that graduation is a very sensitive subject right now. However, from my knowledge, it normally is the first Friday of June. So I'm not sure if that's the 9th.
We'll make it June 7th, June the 2nd. Again, the events were not added here.
Okay.
We can add the event. I don't want to misplace it, but we do have an events calendar that come out. But it's good to know that the Board of Education wants to see graduation on the calendar, we can make that happen. There's no problem at all.
Okay, so I guess my clarification would be you are just asking us to approve the dates for the teachers' instructional days currently, is what you just said, correct?
Yes, when the district is open and when the district is closed, and to recognize the holidays.
Okay, trustee Bowen.
Okay, that clarified. I was gonna say, they're not mandated to go to graduation for whole district. So that's what I was gonna say. This is just the contract that they agreed upon.
Mhm. And to my understanding, we were waiting on this so that you could finish negotiations, correct? Okay.
President Robinson,
You have the floor, Treasurer Craig.
thank you. I appreciate the floor. Because I just think this is just an example of like someone didn't do their homework. Because when you ask a Board of Education to approve a district calendar, I think it should at least be a complete calendar. And so to even say that events are not on there, I'm really not sure how to take that. And so I guess maybe we can clarify or rename this to like the work calendar or the teacher calendar. But if we say it's a district calendar, I think it's fair to assume that it's the complete calendar.
It's the fence.
We also did that last year as well, too, so it's the same practice.
Different perspective.
I'm gonna call Secretary Triplett,
Again.
and I'm gonna ask that your comment reflect the board norms.
My comments will always reflect the board's norm.
Thank you,
If they
kind
want.
sir.
That's why I brought the elephants in the room. These invisible elephants. But, yeah, I work, in this district the majority of my professional career. Been in education a long time. It's a great K-12 institution. I have never seen, when you talk about graduation, those students are out of school, so it goes on the calendar. You can call it an event or whatever. The graduation in Benton Harbor area schools go on the calendar. If you missed it, that's okay. But graduation is this is a completion. Graduation is major. Students are done. So it should be a part of the school district calendar. Thank you.
Madam President.
You have the floor. The Cadillac is ready to proceed. But you
I would,
have the
I would
floor.
like to call the vote.
Oh, you can put your seatbelt on.
Yeah. You got a
So-
PA in there ready to go.
President Robinson, I don't know if I've exhausted my 3 minutes, but I do have a question.
Go ahead.
I'm just wondering, so is this something that we have to approve today? Is this something that we can get in its entirety so that we don't have to keep like forgetting or sweeping things under the rug? Because again, this is something that we approved last year with knowing that there was some concerns. I think it's fair for our parents to get a complete calendar, our staff to get a complete calendar so that they can plan ahead. I think it's fair that we approve a seated chart. I mean, there's just some things that we got to do and grow. We can't, I mean, first time, okay, shame on who? The second time, like, why are we here having this same discussion? Like, I think we deserve a complete calendar and it's not too much to ask for.
Parents, look. No more.
Like, I think it's fair for us to not keep negating, like, that the board has real concerns. Like, we can go on to vote. I don't think that's the question, but it's just kind of like, okay, how many times, or should we just lay down? Should we step down, lay down? Like what do we have to do to kind of be heard? I think the disrespect has gone on long enough. And I think it's time for us to get the things that we asked for. This is not too much to ask for, a calendar. Like, how do we want people to plan ahead?
So, Ms. Gill, I'm going to ask the question to you. Would there be any interruption to the upcoming school year if we move this particular item to July and receive a more thorough calendar? Or Ms. Waddell, whichever one would be more appropriate to answer.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, we will go ahead and take a look at that calendar and give you a more thorough calendar at our next board meeting, next regular board meeting. if that gives us enough time,
Okay,
which would be in July, correct?
all
Okay,
right.
all right.
And that would not cause any delays or
Nope.
interruption to, okay.
Nope, we
Because
will
I
make
see
sure
it
it's
starts with
thorough.
August 19th, so,
Yeah, we'll get it done as soon as possible. I know parents are really eager. A lot of things that are listed probably will not change. For example, when teachers returns, start date for students, but we will add additional things to that. So if people just want to tentatively plan for when students return based on what they see tonight, they can. But we will be sure to include additional things in the calendar that you're requesting.
okay, thank you. Trustee Bowens, did you have a comment on that?
Okay. If I'm correct, the teachers negotiated this contract, this calendar, correct? Correct. So what we're asking is for an extracurricular calendar. Because we're saying graduation is not on here. I don't, honestly, I'm trying to be,
Never looked at a calendar and not know when graduation.
Secretary Triplett, I have not given you the floor, sir. Trustee Secretary Triplett,
I just don't, students get a calendar, this is the teachers. If I'm correct, when you guys do the admin calendar for principals, they'll have a different calendar, correct?
One calendar.
They will have a different one?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll be back here at the same time renegotiating another calendar. If they're gonna do, I don't see what's the difference of us just voting this calendar now, and we can add with the students, the ones that were sent out, graduation. It's not going to change how we vote today because we're missing the word graduation.
Madam President?
you have the floor, Treasurer Creighton.
To clarify, again, it's not always the fact of what you can and can't do. It's about respect. And I think that's something that we need to honor. We've had a chief that stated that and agreed that this is not a complete calendar, that it would not be a problem. And so I just ask this board to continue to stand on our norms and to just, demand respect. Like, I think we're doing what we can to support and encourage respect, but we have to stand on it. We can't teeter-totter. And this does nothing will change besides that we'll have a complete calendar that's voted on once. I'm afraid that if we go ahead and vote, and then what'll happen? It'll probably get swept under the rug and it won't get done. And then we'll be in May trying to figure out, did we get a graduation invitation? Do we have a seat? Do we know when it is? All of that. I just think we need to start doing things completely and correctly the first time. We can look at some surrounding districts to see what a calendar should have. I'm not asking for every extracurriculum event, but I think it's fair to allow us to plan ahead. We've all been very gracious with making accommodations and adjustments to our calendar, and it's not our personal calendars, and it's not too much to ask for. So, either way, I don't not support it. I'm just simply saying we have to set a standard.
Secretary Triplett, this will be our final comment, and then, go ahead.
In the board, in our annual calendar, this was submitted, this was talked to the superintendent about it, supposed to have been last month or month prior to, according to the board's annual calendar. Again, I don't have any problem with accepting this as a citizen, not just as a board member. When I looked at this calendar, parents, the K-12 districts, parents look at the calendar to see when the graduation is so they can plan accordingly. This negotiation, I served as a member of a negotiation team and served as the president of the Administrators Association, which was a part of this as well. For those who don't know and don't have the respect and refuse to just say that people are make everything look like it's being petty, when as Treasurer Creighton said, we can accept this, but the graduation date need to be on the calendar. It has always been in the calendar. This is not just for the teacher. This calendar is getting ready to go on our website. When our kids, if I looked at it and said, you missed it because you didn't look at it, probably. When I looked at it, the first thing, I went from beginning to end to see when the graduation was. Any school district, where you can go to any school district calendar, and it's going to tell you when the 12th graders graduate from their school district. Thank you.
Okay, so being that Ms. Waddell has indicated that there is no problem or no disadvantage to the district, that we defer the district calendar vote, staff report S2 to the July meeting, I'm going to ask if there is a motion to again amend the agenda to remove the district calendar, staff report S2.
I make a motion that we table the staff report S2 to our July meeting.
Is there a second or support? The motion has been made by Treasurer Creighton and supported by Secretary Triplett. We've already had plenty of questions, comments, and concerns. Secretary Triplett, please call the vote.
President Robinson,
I'm gonna say yes.
Vice President Bradley,
No.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Bowens,
No.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, next on the agenda, we have the non-represented employee pay scale.
Reason for board consideration. Last year, a new pay scale was developed for Benton Harbor area school employees whose salaries or wages are not determined by a collective bargaining agreement. This evening, it is recommended that the 2022-23 non-represented employee pay scale be updated. Facts and analysis. The proposed 2022-23 non-represented employee pay scale, which did not include salaries for the superintendent or chief, have been updated with the following goals. 1, to fulfill the request from board members to make Benton Harbor area school employee pay more competitive. 2, to increase the district's ability to recruit and retain employees. 3, to continue providing employees with a path for continued salary growth based on satisfactory performance evaluation and based on experience and longevity with Benton Harbor area schools. 4, to provide a cost of living increase of 7.5%, which is comparable to the recent Consumer Price Index, CPI, increases for current employees. Some employees will also be eligible to receive a step increase. To adjust 5, to adjust some positions' number of scheduled workdays per year to reflect current needs. And 6, to make a few other adjustments to fine tune the 2021 pay scale. Policy reference 6510, payroll authorization. The recommended actions that the that the Board of Education approved as presented the 2022-23 non-represented employee pay scale effective July 1, 2022.
Is there a motion to approve staff report S3?
So moved.
Support.
The motion has been made by Secretary Triplett and supported by Vice President Bradley. Questions, comments, or concerns regarding staff report S3?
I have a question.
You have the floor.
I know that since last summer, we talked about, first off, I guess my first question, did we talk about this in HR committee? Because I think I might have missed this or so.
Yes, ma'am, we did.
I don't remember seeing this chart. Did you guys provide the same chart? Okay. All right, so then my second question is, I don't see the frontliners that we've talked often about, like as far as security, some of the frontliners. Are we forgetting about them, or are they coming up on another staff report, or? That was a question, I'm sorry. Should I paraphrase?
You can have the floor, Mr. Johnson, to answer.
Thank you. Most of the security staff are employed by edu staff. And so they're not on this pay scale.
Okay, Trustee Bowens.
During our retreat, I asked that our employees through edu staff or our support staff get a livable wage. When you have these citizens that live here, that pay taxes, that support our small local businesses and stay here, and they can barely afford to take a time off, it seems like, again, we're kicking the can down the road. I see this is now going, it looks like some of the top pay, if I'm looking at this right. I cannot support this. I cannot support this until we do something with our edu staff employees. That's majority of our district. And if we support this as a board, what we're saying to these people that vote for us, that look like us, that live in this community with us, we'll worry about you later. We kick the can down the road. The blood is going to be on our hands. And I rest my case. So my vote will be no.
Secretary Triplett.
The majority, this is the thing that I think when we come before this board, and this is the most disheartening thing for me ever. And I feel like a hypocrite sitting at this table, because everybody that lives in this community, and like Trustee Bowen said, everybody that lives in this community, everybody that's from this community, work for first student, edu staff, no benefit, nothing, absolutely nothing. And we need to have this, the security staff with students and children being murdered all over this country in school. We have a security staff of people that work, that they're being paid. We haven't even had a discussion about what this even looks like when it comes to these people who live in this community. These are taxpayers, they are voters, and they are citizens. And this is the kind of stuff that is very disturbing and disheartening to me. And I've been saying it, and I've had enough. So thank you so very much. And I appreciate you even initiating this and bringing this to the forefront. We get these things. Look at, when you take in Ben Harbor Area Schools employees, and you look at the people from Ben Harbor, everything when it comes to them, we ain't got no money, it's trauma, it ain't enough, this and that and the other. That's just my concern, and I cannot support it either until we have further discussion about how that's going to look.
President Robinson.
You have the floor.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Just to clarify, so again, this does not mean that we have anything against anyone that might fall under this category, but it's just simply saying, like, why are we leaving and excluding certain people? I mean, clearly, if a person is on $100,000 or more salary, I think that's a decent salary. So do you think that person will need it, or a $10 an hour employee? So again, let's be inclusive, let's be fair, let's work on retention. We know that we can't run our buildings without these entry-level positions that happen to be filled by local residents. But let's just be fair. Like, I don't think this is a matter of who it might pertain to. It's about who's being excluded from the table of getting its fair wage. Like, do we have the budget to make sure that everyone is receiving a fair wage and not just the people at the top?
Vice President Bradley, I believe you had a comment.
Just sitting here listening to everyone's concern. So I guess my main thing would be looking at some of this and crunching some of the numbers. I go down here to and I don't want to minimize job responsibilities and job titles, but I go down here and look at facility manager / director, whatever. And minimum expected degree, high school diploma. Yeah, that's my whole thing. And so if we can be creative and where we find cuts in some of these, I know we want to try to maintain the best talent. And then you go down here to non-certified teachers. And of course, I know it's a different thing than certified teachers, but I know a teacher that's in Dallas, and I think he's been teaching 2 or 3 years, and he's at $70,000. So I know that from different states it's competitive. So it's something that we have to look at and be creative. Where can we trim the fat and, make sure that we are offering the best?
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you. Just to clarify, we do in fact plan to increase the rates for the edu staff. We didn't bring it to the board this evening because of the dual employment factor. If the board were to set the pay rates for edu staff employees, then the IRS and the ORS could turn to the district and request the funding for the pension program and for additional income tax on the edu staff employees. So there are in fact plans to increase the pay rates for those. And there's a reason why those were not put on the agenda this evening.
Clarification, Mr. Johnson. So are you saying there's additional things that have to be worked out with EDGE staff before we take action on that?
There
I'm
will
just
be
seeking
additional,
clarification.
Ms. Gale and I will work with the superintendent and will present a recommendation to the superintendent for approval, but it would not come to the board because if the board sets the pay rates for third-party employees, then they can
I
effectively
understand.
become our employees or your employees.
What's wrong with that?
Trustee Bowens.
Madam President, I know we communicate through email and sometimes we feel like Casper and everything, but I don't see why we can't table this until we know that there's been negotiations and that the superintendent, it's all it is just a memo that we talked to EDGE staff and we raised the rates and everything. And that's an email to the board. And then next month, we can vote on this. Is there a rush for us to vote on this?
Trustee Bowens has made a motion to table the non-represented employee pay scale. Is there anyone in support?
I support.
All right, so the motion to table the non-represented employee pay scale was made by Trustee Bowens and supported by Vice President Bradley. Secretary Triplett, can you call the vote?
President Robinson, I did have a question. I'm sorry.
Well, when you are,
Did I use my 3 minutes? I'm just asking.
no, I'm not sure.
It's
'cause
not
Liz
confrontational, it's
hasn't
just a
really been
question.
tracking the
Okay.
minutes, which would probably be helpful. Go ahead with your
It
question
was
and then
ju-
we'll
it-
call the vote.
Yeah, you don't have to answer. It's just a request if we could get like a comparison for this, because I mean, looking at this, it could be fair. And then again, it could just be a hypothetical number. So do we have a comparison that we can offer on like a fair market wage for these positions in our area? If we, and you don't have to answer that. That's just something that I would like before the next meeting.
Thank you, Treasurer Creighton. Secretary Triplett, can you please call the vote?
Yes, President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Trustee Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, next on the agenda, we have the new position of District Climate and Culture Specialist, Dr. Townsend.
Yes, ma'am. Subject approval of new position, reason for board consideration. When a need arises for additional staff, a new position is submitted to the board for approval. The fact and analysis is it's recommended that the Board of Education votes to approve the position of District Climate and Culture Specialist in the Department of Student Support Services as presented. Policy reference 3111, creating a position. The recommended actions that the Benson Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve the creation of a District Climate and Culture Specialist in the Department of Student Support Services as presented.
All right, is there a motion to, and then just so you all are aware, there is the actual description behind the staff report if you want to take a closer look at it.
And it's
It-
grant funded.
Is there a motion to approve staff report S4?
So moved.
Support.
The motion has been made by Trustee Rocket Martin and supported by Vice President Bradley, and Bradley snuck in the comment that the position is grant funded. Are there any questions, comments, or concerns?
I had an opportunity, I'm sorry.
You have the floor.
I had an opportunity to review and look at the sponsorship that it is grant funded. It's through, I think it's through our ESSER funds. And, you know, Ben Harbor gets millions of dollars in grants and I know that we have to be mindful of the way that when we use these grants, there are rules and regulations that we have to make sure that we're not supplanting. When we identify and we look at these grants, these same things that we have, some of these with these ESSER funds and what have you, like the majority of our ESSER funds, from what I've just seen, unless there's something that I don't know and haven't seen, it's been going towards people. To bring in this new position, this position here, this position here. The positions are written specifically, you know, and I've just tried to measure it out in hopes that this was not the case. Now, when we come with a culture and climate, why do we need somebody of a culture and climate to lead this work? When you have principals, all of these workshops, all of these different things, why are we steady doing this?
So I-
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So I'm gonna jump in and make a comment. So I am in support of the position. And I know that one thing that this board has been very adamant about is that it wants to improve the climate and culture of Benton Harbor area schools. And I know that we have administrators in place, teachers and principals and things of that nature that can contribute to that. But I see this as a direct response to things that the board has pointed out as an area that we want to grow. And so I was excited to see that we were actually bringing in someone to try to work on those areas for our students. So that was just my comment. I'll go to Treasurer Craig.
Oh, yes, thank you. I was just going to say, I too support a culture and climate specialist. My concern, and I did share this in HR, is that we do have a chief of student support services. And if you look at this job description, I think it was very similar under his job description when he was first hired. And so that was my concern, that this is an administrative level position and that it would not be specifically working with the kids. And I think for a district our size, with the chief of student services, with, I'm not sure what Ms. Nichols' title is, because I know we often change titles and duties, but in a meeting, I know that she was like a coordinator or something of the student services when we were on a exposure hearing. So we're just looking at the amount of administrators we have under student services and then all of the building level people. I was kind of just struggling with, is this another top-heavy position, or should this position actually be housed in the school? And so, like, how can you manage? And that was the disconnect for me. And so, again, I do support it. I know that it's important. I remember our mayor did hold a very similar position. It was a district level position, but he was housed in the school. He worked specifically. He wasn't necessarily my supervisor, but he definitely gave us direction and made it all make sense. And so I'm just not sure, again, from a board perspective, you know, it seems like we're adding another central office position. And I just think we need to be careful with that. And so that's my only, I guess, reservation at this time. Is not if the position is needed, is more of like, okay, is this to actually help the students, help the administrators, or is this another top-heavy air-conditioned office on a desk kind of position?
Trustee Bowens.
Madam President, can you have the director of CAO, I guess, yeah, I was gonna say.
Yes, that's what I was
Student
thinking.
services.
Sure.
or-
So we'll allow Ms. Waddell to provide her clarification on the creation of this position
Is
for,
this under
I mean,
student
are
services?
you mean curriculum or
Student
Mr. Miller?
services, right?
Well, and I can speak to that because if you look through the description, it is in collaboration with student services. The position will fall under the chief student services, but it is in collaboration with chief academic officer. In order for instruction to happen in the classrooms, we have to have classroom management in order. We have to have the culture and climate in order. And so that's why Chief Miller and I came together. But originally the position, the idea for the position came after we had our 5th DPPD day on restorative justice. And if you recall the evaluation that we gave out to the staff, there was a high want and need to continue the work around restorative justice. And so in looking at that data, and again, in looking at our suspension data, our positive school culture data, just the qualitative data that I've been collecting since I've been here, we really believe together that it would be beneficial for our district to have someone's sole responsibility be focused on supporting And it's not just the adults, because if you, like I said, look at those responsibilities, this person will also support children in understanding the SEL competencies, the tool of restorative justice to support the SEL competencies, providing the training that will take place for the staff members to implement these different PBIS and MTSS initiatives. So it's a whole job in itself just to focus on culture and climate. And so, like I said, yes, it falls under the Student Services Department with Chief Miller, but I will also be supporting the work of this person as well, because in order for effective instruction to take place, our school culture, our classrooms have to be in line with instruction. They're very, very parallel. So that's why we kind of collaborated on this together.
Okay, thank you. I have
Trustee Bowen.
two more. My next question is, earlier this year, if the board remembers, I told you guys that we hired someone for SEL, and I said, I kind of came off rude, but I said, I don't think this is going to work. And Lord behold, 2 months later, we had a resignation. So my question is, my first question is, do you have models where this is schools that this is a model in that I can research? Also, how do I say this without sounding discriminatory? Can we make sure we have a person that is uniquely, culturally competent in our community, or not, dealing with the African-American children and the environment and statistics that represent Benton Harbor?
To answer your first question, I will do research to get you specific locations, but I know that I did the research in order to create this position with Chief Miller. And then to answer your second question, as far as looking for the candidate, from my experience with the HR department, I think we do a thorough job with giving fair interviews in that process and creating a committee. We do a rubric to make the selection of candidates. So that would be my intent, is to find somebody culturally responsive, no matter where they come from, as long as they can adapt to the needs of our students and our families and our staff. That's of course what we would be looking for.
So will the jobs overlap? Will the chief of student support services in this position, will they kind of overlap?
The chief is the person that is in charge of this. This position will report directly to Chief of Student Services. And then if you look, I believe it's on like the third, it's on the second page, the last bullet under essential duties and responsibilities, it states, perform related duties as assigned by the Chief of Student Services with the support of the Chief Academic Officer. It's on the second page, last bullet under essential duties and responsibilities.
I have a question.
Thank you.
Or a comment rather. So I know that this person is going to be located in central office, and it's ironic now as we get a stronger understanding of the position, because I had whispered in Mr. Miller's ear before we came into the meeting and asked him how would he feel about spending more time in the individual buildings other than admin. And so it seems like this is the person that might be good at having like a small office space in all of the schools, because I think it would be important if we vote to approve this position that they're not essentially working out of admin, but actually within the schools that they're working to increase and improve the culture and climate. And so I don't know what our spacing looks like in each of the buildings, or whether or not that would be something that would be difficult to do. But I would like, if this position is approved, I would like to see this person spending more time in each school building versus in the administration office, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does make sense. And just know that we do have a few central office, few might be too many, at least one that I know of, 1 to 2 that are actually in a school building. They're not at central. And you are correct when you say space is limited at central. And I think it would be best to have this person on site, because that is their responsibility, is to support the PBIS initiatives, the school culture and climate initiatives, to be there when a restorative conference might be needed, to help another restorative coordinator at the building level run a restorative circle or whatever it may be. yes, it makes sense to have them on sites, yes.
Okay. Secretary Triplett.
This is, for me, it has absolutely nothing to do with the position, and I'm not going to preface any of my comments or thoughts about anything that I'm feeling as it relates to how we move. So if people want to take it personally, they can take it personally because it's not personal, because I don't know you well enough for it to be personal. However, every situation that we have here, we're always, it's almost like we're working at instead of being a school district, that we're a juvenile center. You know, and I work directly with restorative justice and all those different things. But I'm saying to you all, I don't have any problem with it. We've been here, we've done it, and we need to continue to work. However, this is the thing that I have not heard in a year and a half. Very little have I heard about curriculum and instruction, and it is the school district. Very little have I heard about what we're doing in these classrooms. Very little have I heard about these complaints and these concerns about teachers not having what they need in order to effectively do their instruction. We are blessed that these classrooms haven't blown up, considering that we have the situation that we're in when we don't have certified teachers in these classrooms. Let's be real. Now we're gonna talk, let's have a real conversation, because in some of these classrooms, you go into these classrooms and these seasoned teachers are in there teaching and these students are learning. We have too many open spots, and these are just fillers that are coming up in here because we're not talking about what school is about. And it's about educating children. And it's making sure that our teachers have everything that they need, because when our kids are occupied, you don't have these disturbances. When our teachers are sitting in classrooms, just like you might dismiss it, classroom with heat 100 degrees, no books, no pencils, no paper, nothing. Yes, you're gonna have problems and issues when kids are sitting up in there hour after hour with nothing to do. So let's have those conversations, and I will be having these conversations moving forward, most definitely. But I again, and as far as the description, some of these same descriptors and what have you, because when we get ready to look at that long-term deficit and we get ready to look at what's coming out of our general funds and what have you, and how we are using our ESSER funds to continue to bring people in here to do this kind of work, when we got positions where people, these same descriptors can be done and led, the work can be led, in my opinion, under student service. That's just my opinion.
Thank you, Secretary Triplett. Can you please call the vote for the District Climate and Culture Specialist Staff Report S4?
I have a question. Oh, sorry.
Oh, Lord.
Call on them when you need them.
I just realized my ring been on the wrong finger. I thought I had missed it. No wonder it wouldn't fit. Okay. You have the floor, Treasurer
I guess
Craig.
legally, I'm just asking, so I know like, I just thought about it when Secretary Triplett was mentioning that it was grant funded. Someone kind of explained that. And I know that there are rules with some planting and supplementing. So I just wondered, since this description already exists, will we be able to pay for this out of grant funds? Have we verified that? Because this position does exist. And it falls directly, it's identical. Many of the elements, I'm gonna say the majority of the elements are straight from the Chief of Student Services. And so I'm just wondering from a board perspective, with governance, oversight, and accountability, have we verified that we can pay for this since this is a part of someone else's position?
Ms. Gill, do you have clarification on her question, or did you hear her question?
This is a new position.
By title, Madam President, it is a new position by title, but by description, and I'm looking at the position from 2020, it's from March 23rd, 2020. This position is, at least, I don't know if the job responsibilities change or if the Chief of Student Support has a different job description, but it seems like the same position with a different title, according to this job description from March 23rd, 2020. So I just wondered, because I don't want that to influence my vote, you know, because again, I do support it. I just thought someone else was doing it.
Dr. Townsend, I'll let you respond.
So we can definitely pay for it. It's a major need in our district. Our Chief of Student increased and enhanced throughout the course of the academic year. We know when we took over transportation facilities, and to remind, we don't have a maintenance team at all. This is a position that's for kids, and as we always say, as climate and culture goes, so goes curriculum and instruction. I support 120%. Whatever the board decides, that's what it is, but I definitely support it, and our kids will benefit.
Madam President? Madam President. 10 seconds.
Okay, so we're gonna go to Treasurer Creighton, then we're gonna go to Trustee Rockett Martin, and then we're gonna proceed.
I was just gonna say, just to, I think, support our Chief of Student Services, if at the next meeting, we can get an updated job description, because I wouldn't want to, at the table, or anyone who's administrating, his administrator moving forward with the new superintendent, for him to be held accountable for things that he's really not responsible for directly. So I think it's fair to ask for an updated job description.
No problem at all.
Trustee Rockett Martin.
I was going to say, with Mrs. Waddell being our chief academic officer, she has been in the buildings. She has heard from her staff, I'm sure. She has seen the climate in our district. She's probably seen our students, and with her expertise, and I believe she has it because we have her in that position. If this is something that she says that would benefit our kids and benefit our district, I'm for it. It's not something that, we talked about this in our HR committee, and it doesn't necessarily have to be long term. But it is something that we could use right now to help us get in that avenue of getting a climate and a culture that supports our children in the classroom, that supports our teachers in their classrooms, that supports our district as a whole, supports our parents even. And we need that. And if we can address this now, then later on, we may have no need for this person. And I'm going to go with her expertise, the fact that she has that job and she's directly involved, and she sees and she knows. And I have faith in you and trust in you, and I trust your judgment. I'm going to go with the fact that I'm for this position and I will support you.
We're gonna go to Secretary Triplett, and then we're gonna call for the vote.
Okay, Madam President, first of all, this is not about supporting you or not supporting you, or supporting you and not supporting you, and not supporting you. It's just a question, okay? And that's what I was elected to do, and I will. It's not about you. Do we still have title fund? Do buildings have individual title funds? Because before we had ESSER fund, which this money is coming out of the ESSER fund. Each building has a title budget, and there is a district budget where these funds can come, and we could take these ESSER funds and use them. Again, it has absolutely nothing to do with saying whether or not there's a need. She just came here a few months ago. I've been living here all my life. And I've been in the building, and I live here, and I just like, and I know you in there almost every day at okay. So you get a chance to see her as well a lot in your interactions. But the title funds and the district have title funds. I mean, I haven't heard anything. Are the principals given their budget? Do each individual building principal have a budget that they're working on? And within their budget, they can allocate so much of their budget for the restorative justice position. It's not, y'all gotta stop flipping and turning people questions around and making it personal about what it is that people are doing. And you cannot negate the fact, and as I said, I'm not gonna dummy myself down. You will never be able to negate the fact of the knowledge that I bring to the table as well. So when my question is coming from, when I ask a question, it's not coming from anything personal. There is a massive district Title I budget and a massive individual building budget that this can be used. And these ESSER funds, which you have all of the different, which many of us aren't familiar with what these funds can be used for, but these ESSER funds can be used something where one of the school district, Flint Public Schools,
gave their teachers $25,000. And they broke it down in increments. And I've said this 5 times. Flint, Benton Harbor are 2 of the districts that receive this type of funding. So it's not just stop minimizing and trivializing people's concerns and questions. Nothing to do with this, but that's just something I want to put out there.
Thank you, Secretary Triplett. Please call the vote regarding the new position, District Climate and Culture Specialist, Staff Report S4.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yeah.
Trustee Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Treasurer Creighton,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Motion carried.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Townsend, for presenting your reports this evening. We are now at teaching and learning. Just to let you all know, it is 8:29 p.m. I have tried to push this thing through, but I know that the discussion is necessary for us to have an understanding of what it is that we're voting on, so I do appreciate it. But I'm just going to remind everyone that we began attempting to be efficient with the use of our time. And so what I'm going to ask is, when we get to a staff report, if you have questions, raise your finger so I can notate that you do. And then we'll kind of try to get through the comments and push it on forward. So we are now at teaching and learning. Miss Baptiste Waddell, I know you have presentations. I know you've probably gotten this message from me from multiple ways, but okay.
I got it. I got you. I understand.
All right.
So good evening again, everyone. President Robinson, Dr. Townsend, and Board of Trustees. So I just wanted to give you a quick update on just where we were with our summer school program that is scheduled to start in a week. Is it Tuesday? Right? Yeah, a week. Okay.
The 21st.
Yeah,
I would like
next-
to add before you get started, I'm happy that you guys honored Juneteenth.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Yes. So thank you. So just to update just on our numbers, we are going to be serving approximately 385 students in our program. We have approximately 2 classes at every grade level, K-8, except for kindergarten. Our 9th through 12th graders will be either in credit recovery courses or initial credit offerings. In collaboration with our facilities department, we are going to hold our summer school sites at MLK, Fairplain Middle, Benton Harbor High, and then Cape is just where the virtual staff will be located. And again, that was to support the facilities department in trying to get our buildings cleaned and up and running for August. Also, because of some additional programming that will take place, those sites were selected because it is in close proximity to our students and families that we serve. We do currently have a waiting list. And the reason why we do have that waiting list is because it was my intent to put in front of our students highly qualified teachers, as MDE would identify them as highly qualified teachers. So we do only have certified staff members teaching our students this summer. And then depending on our no-show list, attendance rates, as we have openings, we will add additional students as we see fit. We did also put a job description out for certified staff for our high school because some of our classes, we were not able to supply a certified staff member. So we did put out a job posting for people that may be interested in just teaching for summer school, and we will monitor that to see if we're able to fill some of those high school courses with a certified staff member. But until then, some courses will be given virtual because of that. So that's just a quick update as far as just the demographics go with our summer program. But again, and Liz, you can go ahead and move on to the 3rd slide where it's labeled summer school curriculum. Just a reminder again that for our K-8 curriculum, we will be focused on that SAVAS reading and SAVAS mathematics, and our Hegedy curriculum will be the supplemental approach that we will use for our K-8 students. In addition, we will be focused on really intentional community building, during the morning and intentional community activities in the afternoon. Today was actually our first day that our summer school curriculum committee members came together and started that work. And I have pictures that I will be posting later of them working, but they seem to be excited, as well as our literacy and curriculum team, to get that curriculum together for our summer school. But just again, we will be again focused on SAVAS and Hegarty as our core content curriculum. The additional programming that will be taking place, it actually kicked off this past Friday with our Peace Reunion Day. We also were able to supply literacy books. One was the book Stamped, and some of our students also received Our Side of the River and had conversations around those books, but that was kind of the kickoff to the summer programming that took place, that Peace Literacy project that started last Friday with Mrs. Gavin's support. Moving on to the next slide, also a part of our summer school programming, our students will be able to participate in a community garden. Throughout the summer program, they'll be learning different aspects about gardening, how to apply that knowledge, and we will actually have a community garden that will be built at MLK. Students will have opportunities to harvest their own food and produce and take home those produce to their families. And that is in collaboration with the Benton Harbor Community Development Corporation. Next slide, I'm trying to speed it up just a little bit. In addition, another program that will take place is we will be having a community book fair. Again, this is an opportunity for our elementary students and families to participate in receiving free literacy books that they can take home to their families as well. And again, that will be at that MLK site that's in close proximities to our students and families. Our next program, thank you, Paul, will be a creative writing day. Again, in collaboration with the Writing and Academic Support Center, we will have a creative writing day throughout the summer where students will, have an opportunity to work with real authors and use different types of text to help them with their writing and get feedback so that they can become better writers. And then the one big important thing, especially coming from Dr. Rice, the state superintendent, is really trying to solidify our libraries right now. We are still in need of a librarian, but until then, we have actually collaborated with the librarian from another school district that will come and help our district in working with some library media coders that are internal employees to code our libraries so that when August comes, we can have our libraries up and running for the fall. And then just some next steps where we're going. We talk a lot about enrollment. One of our goals in the teaching and learning department is to increase our student achievement so that people want to come to Benton Harbor. And so we are currently solidifying our continuous improvement plan, really looking at the goals that we're going to set forth for our district so that we can respond to the data effectively. We will continue with our literacy initiatives. Again, we had several students in training today with their letters training, getting ready already for next school year. And I had an opportunity to talk with Dr. Kroll and get some feedback, and the teachers were satisfied with the training that they received today. But we will continue with those literacy initiatives that are in our grant. And then moving forward, professional learning will take place in the fall. Around differentiated instruction, that culture and climate that we were speaking to earlier, data analysis. We will be rolling out a new way to look at data and respond to our students' data more frequently using common formative assessments. So that's just a quick overview of our summer school program and then where we're going next. The next thing that I have to present, this is the state required goal progress report. Every year we are required to present data to you at the beginning of the year and then at the end of the year that highlights students that are significantly behind benchmark data. So this report highlights for us as a district where our students are falling academically in reading and mathematics. So briefly, the goal category, BHAS K-8 students have consistently scored below the 5th percentile on our NWEA MAP growth assessment. That is our chosen assessment that we use to measure how our students are doing. Based on the vendor specific definition for based on the specific definition for significantly behind grade level, significantly behind ranges from below the 5th to the 20th percentile, depending on the grade level. And if you scroll down, Miss Liz, all the way to table E, it's the last page before we go. I'm going to go back to that data in just a minute. I just want you to see table E. These are the ranges that identify whether or not a student or groups of students are significantly behind grade level. So when you scroll back up to the to the first page one more time, please, thank you. Our goals for reading, the middle of the year, our goal was to decrease the amount of students that were showing up significantly below by 5%. And then by the end of the year, the goal was to decrease the students that were significantly below by 10%. And then that is the same goals for mathematics as well. So middle of the year, we start off at the year one at a baseline. By middle of the year, we want that baseline to decrease by 5%. And then when we get to the end of the year, we want that to decrease by 10% for both reading and mathematics. So when you scroll to the second page, you will begin to see the different demographic groups. The first column that's titled by first board meeting, February 2020, is where our students started. That was the baseline. Then when you look at the last two columns, that is where our students were falling at the end of the year when they took the NWEA test. So everything that's highlighted in green shows that we met the goal, okay? If it's highlighted in red, we did not meet the goal. So even though, I'm just gonna say this, because we do have a lot of work to do, even though we met the goal in majority of these indicators for both reading and mathematics, for example, if you look at all students, if you look at the row where it says all students, even though we're green, we still have 56% of our students significantly below. So I'm not trying to hide anything. We have a lot of work to do. In math, we still have 63% of our student bodies significantly below. But from where we started to where we went, we did show improvement, but we still, have a lot of students that we need to support, and we will be doing that moving forward, okay? So I don't need to go over every single row. I think once you understand that this is the percent of who is significantly below, we did meet our goal in majority of these areas. We do still have some red areas. And then if you look at this, the third page, it's identified by grade level. And if you look at the end of the third page, the data on face-to-face versus virtually, and we're gonna be talking about that at future board meetings, how we're going to attack that data as well. We are moving in the right direction, but in the future, we will be setting new goals because we want to impact a greater number of students. And then just a reminder that we still have a lot of students we still need to support because we have, in my opinion, more than 50% of our kids that are significantly below, and that's not okay. So we will be taking action towards that. And that's pretty much the report. There isn't much more for me to go over, but just wanted to make sure I was kind of intentional. Any questions?
Thank you. So I'm gonna go to Trustee Bowens and then I have a question.
Okay, I got two questions. My first question is, what is the difference with the summer school program with CAPE and credit recovery?
So the difference is this. So we're providing credit recovery courses, and for the credit recovery courses, parents have the option to either be virtual or face-to-face. Once we got the data, and I'll get to your answer, I gotta kind of explain this first before I get there, I'm sorry. Once we got the data on which teachers wanted to teach, we had to provide some of our coursework virtually. So some of the students will be Benton Harbor students, high school students that will be coming to this site to take virtual classes. The CAPE students are registered CAPE students. And so if they're already CAPE students and they want to go to summer school, they're automatically virtual because CAPE is virtual.
Okay,
I think I answered you.
I think you lost me. I'm gonna be honest. What's the difference between credit recovery
Okay, and then that's another.
and CAPE?
Okay, so CAPE provides both. CAPE provides initial credits, which means a child never took this course. They're going to take a new course and get a credit for it. CAPE also provides credit recovery. So they provide both, just like the high school does. The difference is whether they're enrolled at the high school or are they enrolled at CAPE. If they're an enrollee at CAPE, then they're going to CAPE and they're only going to take virtual courses. If they're a Benton Harbor High School student, they had an option to do face-to-face or virtual, but then because of who we secured for teachers, unfortunately, some of their coursework, if they are face-to-face, will also be virtual. So CAPE and Benton Harbor provide initial credit and credit recovery. The only difference is CAPE is simply virtual. So all of their work is virtual, whether it's a credit recovery course or an initial credit course.
Okay, my next question is, back in the day, Benton Harbor area schools, we used to have one of the best greenhouses at McCord Renaissance. I know they tore it down, but it was one of the best. I mean, we had a master gardener, so I'm glad to see that gardening and stuff is coming back. I believe that's how we have to be innovative and creative with our district. Which alarms me on the next one with the progress report, with the 8th grade, which would be coming into the 9th grade. What are we, I guess this is more, when you look at it, it says in the 8th grade, I'm not gonna read it out loud, but on your progress report at the last page, that's just about how many of, is that all of our kids that are getting ready to be 9th graders?
Basically, they are moving on to 9th grade, yes. I didn't receive any information that any 8th grader was retained. So yes, I would assume they are all moving on to 9th grade.
Madam President,
You have the floor, Treasurer Creighton.
after all my questions, I hate to say that I have to leave, but I want to say that I appreciate the presentation a whole lot. I think Trustee, Mr. Secretary Triplett mentioned before, to be on a school board and to really not hear about school is disheartening. So to hear that you've looked at the data, I know that the presentation for summer school and your plans on closing those gaps came before the actual data, but I want you to know that I do appreciate the conversation. I think, I'm not sure that this is a vote or anything, but I do want to say that I appreciate you for looking at that data and having a summer school plan. And I know that all of the teachers or staff might not be happy, but I'm glad also that you are expecting or you're looking to only staff highly qualified teachers. I think, there's always room to supplement, right? But for what we're doing right now, I do think is needed to stick with in order to have a good quality, solid program. I think that's a good decision. And if you can stick to that, I'm glad. People might not be happy, but so what, we have to do what we know is the best practice in education. And I do appreciate the conversation. I do have to leave. I'm on borrowed time with my babysitter, so I'm so sorry. Well, good night.
Can I vote no on that, please?
I'm so sorry. I'll give you a doctor's babysitter note
No,
tomorrow.
I understand. All right, so my question, it's a comment and a question. So I would anticipate that in September's agenda, the goals for 2022 are gonna be brought before the board.
Yes, and I will have a more thorough plan on how we're going to attack students' academic needs. We have a lot of new things coming out in August. We're going to be intentional about looking at students' data more frequently on a 4 to 5 week window. We're going to be grouping our kids differently when it comes to Tiger Time so that we can see an increase in student growth. And I will be presenting that to you all because like you were speaking to those 8th graders moving to high school, we will be a little bit more intentional with supporting their academic needs in the fall.
So you actually answered my second question with your response. I just wanted to ask if you were going to be presenting a plan of attack for us. So I think that's
Yes.
awesome.
Yes.
And then in that plan, because we did have quite a bit of conversation regarding the new position that was established, I would like, if you could clarify for us in that plan, how you see that role supporting and increasing the improvement of student academics as well.
So again, parallel to instruction is that culture and climate piece. And so this position will be supporting building principals, teachers, being intentional about how we build community within our schools, how we can use different practices in the instructional environment as well. So they coincide. You know, you have to feel safe. Students have to feel like they belong. Teachers have to feel that same way. So helping build that community and that environment where learning can actually take place. It's called relaxed alertness. When our brain is relaxed, we can learn. So supporting those teachers and students and families, whoever those people are in the building, staff members, non-cert, you know, those types of people, supporting them be able to create environments where we feel safe and welcome and we feel like we belong. That'll help our instruction as well.
Thank you. Vice President Bradley.
I just had a quick thing to say. It's not a question, it's just a comment. I just want to comment that I'm glad that you're intentional about getting data out there so we can see the numbers and how they work and everything. That's one thing that the school board association, the state school board association is big on, is making sure that we have the data to make, you know, impactful decisions as board members. So thank you for that. Getting us that data that we can look at the numbers and say, okay, this is where we're at, this is where we want to go. So I do thank you for doing that.
Secretary Triplett, and then we're going to proceed with business and finance.
Okay, again, too, I appreciate this data, and I'm just looking at this data, looking at the numbers. And this right here is achievement and growth. So we have our growth goal. So, you know, when you look at this data, you have to definitely be able to understand what it is that you're actually looking at. So the goal was for them to make 5% growth, and that many kids did not make 5% growth. What does 5% look like? You know, what are the goals established for the school district at each grade level or district-wide? And so we're saying, you know, that there's only, out of 1,400 students, I'm looking here at the reading number, that only 838 of the students were tested. When I look, I just go across to all students. So then there's a large amount of students who did not actually test, you know, and I think that this data is very, very critical in order for us to be able to look at this data and because you have to look at, just to support my colleagues on the board. You know, when we're looking at this data just to say, okay, they're improving, but then you have almost 400 kids or 500 kids that that's not included in this data. And so how do we recover and get that information? How do we monitor? We have had a conversation about formative assessment, correlated and alignment for formative assessment, because this is just summative. And basically what we have is summative data. Also, we just got through with the state examination. And so I did ask you gave a general presentation for that information. I will get back with you because I definitely want to know that data should be out. And we need to know, or I would like to know, so that I can present to my colleagues and share with them how many of our students were actually proficient, how many of our students were partially proficient, and do we have any that were highly effective or highly proficient in all of those different things in those categories and those specific numbers at each grade level. Third grade initiative, according to the state law, what are we doing? How are we addressing? Because these third graders are extremely low. I mean, across the district, we're extremely low. So what are we doing? And what plan of action do we have in place? So I will definitely, we said that we were going to get together. We need to get together. Matter of fact, we have to get together so that I can give the information to the curriculum committee and to my colleagues. Because when I look at this data, I'm going to look at it from several different perspectives. Okay, so again, with that 838 in reading, and then only in 807 students in the whole district was tested in mathematics. That's a variation of how were they tested in reading and they didn't get tested in mathematics. You know, those kind of questions, when I look at data, that I'm going to be asking. And again, it's not personal, it's just what I do, it's an expectation. So when we get together, if you can, you said you would get that information for me on the state examination. What percentage of our students were proficient, partially proficient? I don't know what the labels are this particular time, but you know what I'm talking about. So we can know exactly what the numbers are and what we're actually dealing with. And how many of our students were tested, how many did not, who were not tested. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baptiste Waddell, for your presentation and the information provided today. I appreciate you as always. Next, we're going to proceed to business and finance. Majority of this information, if not all, I'm pretty sure all of it was presented by Mr. Johnson earlier today. We did ask quite a few questions during his presentation. So this is just us actually taking the actual staff report vote and approving the resolutions for the information that he presented today. So I'll pass it over to Mr. Johnson, beginning with staff report F1 on the 2021-2022 final budget resolution.
Thank you. In the interest of time, would you prefer that I simply read the recommended action, or would you like the full staff report?
Yes, you can just read the recommended action because I believe Liz has it up for everyone to do their viewing and we have it before us, so we can do that.
Thank you. The recommended action is that the Board of Education approve as presented the 2021-22 fiscal year-end budget revision.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Is there a motion to approve staff report F1?
I make a motion to approve staff report F1.
Is there a second or support?
I second the motion.
The motion has been made by Vice President Bradley and supported by Trustee Rocket Martin. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none. Secretary Triplett?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Trustee Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, Mr. Johnson, staff report F2.
Thank you. The recommended action is that the Board of Education approve as presented the 2022-23 budget.
Is there a motion to approve staff report F2?
I make a motion to approve staff report F2.
Is there a second or support?
Support.
The motion has been made by Vice President Bradley and supported by Trustee Bowens. Questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett, please call the vote for the 2022-2023 initial budget resolution staff report F2.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Trustee Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes, motion carried.
All right, Mr. Johnson, I'm going to allow you to present staff report F3 regarding fund balance commitment.
Thank you. The recommended action is that the Board of Education approve a GASB 54 fund balance commitment of $2,500,000 for the general fund for the purpose of emergency loan repayment.
Okay, and I have a clarifying question for you. And that, did we go over this in the presentation?
In the presentation, no. During the Finance Committee, yes.
Okay, so can you actually read through or give us an update on this one? Because this would be new information to the board.
Sure. Reason for board consideration, now that the district has successfully emerged from its deficit, the GASB 54, GASB stands for Governmental Accounting Standards Board. GASB 54 language in Board Policy 6800 becomes more applicable. Facts and analysis, a few years ago, the Governmental Accounting Standards Board issued statement number 54, which is a formal accounting statement that defines several categories of fund balance. After GASB 54 was issued, the Board of Education for Benton Harbor Area Schools approved policy 6800, which provides 5 categories of fund balance. With the district's emergence from deficit last June 30, it's recommended that the board formally commit a portion of the general fund balance. Because the district has nearly $12 million in emergency loans payable in the years ahead, it's recommended that the fund balance commitment be for the purpose of repaying the emergency loans, for this represents one of the district's largest and one of its most long-lasting obligations. The board's commitment of a portion of the general fund balance will have no effect whatsoever on the amount of long-term debt. It simply communicates to readers of financial statements, that is the audit report, that this portion of the fund balance has been formally committed for the repayment of the long-term debt. This commitment fully aligns with the board's previously approved commitment to repay the outstanding emergency loans. And approval of this commitment now will enable the auditors to include this fund balance commitment in the audit report that will be issued subsequent to this current fiscal year. And then looking down the road, the district or the board can choose to later increase, decrease, eliminate, or add to the proposed GASB fund balance commitment. It's recommended that any GASB fund balance commitments be used for fund balance commitments and not simply to replace general fund appropriations or budgeting process. In accordance with policy 6800, an administrator consulted with the board's financial auditor regarding the fund balance commitment. The auditor stated, and I'll quote, "I agreed that it would be prudent, or I agree it would be prudent to commit some of the funds for a logical purpose, such as paying down district debt. Such a use of funds would be consistent with the intent of GASB 54. Policy reference 6800 and the recommended actions presented here.
All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson, for taking a moment to read that, because I didn't want us to go through this one with the assumption that it was something that was mentioned in the earlier report, and I just wanted to make sure that the board understood what we were approving. Trustee Bowens.
I just got a question. With the debt, are we still approved? We're not paying interest?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear part of the
Interest on
question.
the loans? Are we still, we're no longer paying interest on them? We were approved, right?
We are indeed paying interest on the emergency loans. However, last couple of years ago now, the district restructured, refinanced the debt, so the interest rate was reduced, but we are indeed paying.
I thought something, I was gonna say, I thought we were paying something.
Secretary Triplett.
In layman's term, what did you just say? What did you just read? Just in layman's term.
This is a formal way to commit or to tell readers of the financial statements that of this fund balance total that the board will have, that a portion of it is designated, but the proper term is committed for the purpose of future repayment of the long-term debt.
So essentially, he's saying that we're committing to paying towards the long-term debt that you were mentioning earlier, correct?
Yes, and it shows that on the audit statements. It currently doesn't show that in the fund balance section.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Is there a motion to approve staff report F3?
I make a motion to approve staff report F3.
Is there a second or support?
Support.
The motion has been made by Vice President Bradley and supported by Trustee Buchanan. Questions, comments, or concerns other than what we've heard? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley.
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Trustee Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, millage reports for 2022, staff report F4, Mr. Johnson, and this was indeed in the presentation, so you can read the bottom portion.
Thank you. The recommended action is the Board of Education approve the millage rates listed on screen. If we scroll up a little bit, same as they were last year. 18 for operating, 2 mills for sinking fund, 6 mills on commercial property, and all other 18 mills.
All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson. So essentially, you're recommending that we continue things as they are. All right, is there a motion to approve staff report F4?
I make a motion to approve staff report F4.
Is there a second or support?
Support.
The motion has been made by Vice President Bradley. I'll take Trustee Bowen's support. Questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Trustee Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, next on the agenda, we have the monthly financial reports. Mr. Johnson, staff report F5.
Thank you. The recommended action is that the Board of Education approve the April 2022 payments for the funds listed below.
All right, so
So moved.
I gotta get there, I'm sorry. Trustee Buchanan said, I thought you was driving this Cadillac. Okay, the motion has been made by trustee Buchanan that we approve staff report F5. Is there a second or support?
Support.
All right, supported by Vice President Bradley. Questions, comments, or concerns?
I do.
You have the floor, Secretary Triplett.
Just with all of these reports, one thing that I stated early on when I became a member of the Board of Education, it's very difficult for me to vote for things that I don't get in a timely manner or just don't have the correct understanding. To get a report in the 11th hour, something this major and this massive, or, this is no reflection on anybody. I'm just saying with the budget hearing is a very, very important hearing. And I think that it is imperative that we sit at this table and we make decisions that we know that we're making the right decision. It's not about just trusting it. I just cannot vote for something that I don't know anything about or that I don't feel comfortable with. And so you saw my superintendent through my emails, president, through my emails and my concerns about the budget hearing, about the paperwork, the signature, and all those different types of things. I do appreciate the work. And I don't want to sound rude or anything. You have to show appreciation, but people are being paid too. And that's the biggest appreciation when that check comes in. To show that we appreciate you through those finances. But again, that's something I just want to put on the record for me. When I act for layman terms, I am a rather new board of education member. This stuff it happens every year. So by now I should know a little bit more than what I
There you go. There you
don't
go.
know. So I will be meeting with you to get some clarification because I do have some questions that I need answered.
All right, Secretary Triplett, please call the vote for staff report F5.
President Robinson. President Robinson.
Yes.
Vice President Bradley.
Yes.
Secretary Triplett. Yes. Trustee Bowens.
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan.
Yeah,
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
and you're the president, so.
All right, next we have Ms. Gail for Human Resources, just to make sure everyone's aware. In order to try to be a little more efficient with the use of time, we did use the consent agenda for the staff report. So I'll allow Ms. Gail to present, starting with H1. I know Ms. Creighton mentions one of the areas she may have concerns, but she's left. So I'll allow you to proceed.
Reason for board consideration: a list of employees whose employment relationship with the district is or will be separated is submitted to the board each month. Facts and analysis: it is recommended that the Board of Education votes to accept the separation of employment of the following staff. Policy reference 3140 and 4140, resignation and termination of professional and/or support staff. David Boven, history teacher at the high school. Jeffrey Weber, facilities director. Amy Dent, virtual teacher. Pedro Benitez, part-time River of Life position as a paraprofessional. Luz Duarte, academic interventionist at River of Life and part-time Spanish teacher at the middle school. And Chardonnay Johnson, teacher in training at the middle school. Recommended action: that the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to accept the separation of employment of the aforementioned staff.
All right, so I will ask if there is a motion to approve staff report H1 with the knowledge that it is the people mentioned. Wasn't sure if any of these people HR had an issue with, but I'll call for the motion for staff report H1.
I make a motion to approve staff report H1.
Is there a second or support?
Second.
The motion has been made by Vice President Bradley and supported by Trustee Rocket Martin. Any questions, comments, and concerns regarding staff report H1?
Yeah, I look at Chardonnay Johnson, who's one of the top students in Benton Harbor area schools. had the privilege of teaching her at Boynton Montessori Magnet School. I'm very concerned. I hope that there is nothing, when I see the word resignation from my past experience, it's a lot that come with that word. Resignation on these HR reports. But Chardonnay Johnson has been with us for some time and is a product of Ben Harbor Area Schools, top of the line. Person, I would like to get some more information, not at this particular time, as to why and what's
Just that,
happening with her.
okay.
But I just want that to be on the record.
So he basically gave good insight and feedback on Ms. Johnson. He's familiar with her. She's been here with us a significant amount of time. And so he would like some follow-up information regarding her resignation, but not at this time. Was that a good paraphrase?
It was a very good paraphrase, Madam President. Thank you so much for
Thank
your
you.
paraphrasing skills.
Vice President Bradley.
Yes, a quick question for, student support services. I see that the facilities director has resigned. Who is going to be stepping in to hold those duties over until, we get a replacement in?
That's you?
Yes, it's me for right now.
Well, all right.
Can I,
All right, Mark.
Guess you gonna earn that little
Okay,
increase.
I'll be hoping that the, bus sign be fixed by August.
can I say something?
You have the floor, trustee Bowen.
I just want to say thank you because I know you've been working hard, probably, and no shade to anyone, probably one of the hardest working individuals that I've gotten, well, reports on. And I just want to say, I think it was something, the boiler room flooded and everything. And someone called me to commend you. So I just want to say thank you so much. Your service, your hard work doesn't go unnoticed. So thank you.
Right on, Mark.
Secretary Triplett.
I do have a question as it relates to the facilities director. Not an exit interview, but did anybody follow through, make sure all keys, everything, all access was shut down and denied? Did anybody inventory any materials and things that were bought? Do we have a list of new equipment and those types of things that was purchased by the school district? And do we still have all these things? There's a closing out problem.
Right on.
There's a closing out problem that we've had in this district for years, that we just don't close out. People leave and we don't close out. We don't inspect what we expect.
There you go.
And so I would like to follow up with one of you all, finance director, because I know in order for him to purchase new materials, new equipment, new all of the stuff, is this
Right on,
inventory
that's true.
still here? Do we still have it? And everything has been shut, access to accounts and everything. But thank you.
You said a mouthful.
So I know I joked about you taking on the new role or stepping in this role, but I just want to say I look forward to working with you and getting your updates in our facilities meeting and having an understanding after a month of, it'll be about a month in, just seeing how things have increased for you and where we are with trying to stay on track with the many improvement plans and all of some of the things we've discussed in our facilities meeting. So trustee Bowens, I think my understanding was that Mr. Miller is temporarily doing the duties, but Ms. Gail, trustee Bowens had a question. He wants to ensure this position will be reposted for hire, or is Mr. Miller just taking this position under his wing?
I'm tempted to offer a funny comment. No, the position was posted on the same day that we received the resignation.
Okay.
With the same, no changes. No changes to nothing, none of the requirements.
Oh, I just realized this date is past.
That
tense.
is
I forgot.
correct,
Okay,
because
we just want to make sure, because when it was presented and for this, and this person was hired, it was a high school diploma. So now we don't want to take it up to a master's because he's not here. It'll be
no,
the
for
same
that
thing, And the
position,
salary would be the same, right?
that is correct.
Thank you.
So
You can go ahead and provide clarification.
No.
that That is correct.
Okay.
And we have the flexibility to, we posted the position, it, depending on the person's qualification, it can be a facilities manager or a facilities director for, depending on the experience. So absolutely.
I just myself, I was, that it does not go up to a master's degree, that it does not change. That was a big issue with a high school diploma and that person making $80,000 when this first came to the table. So I don't want it just for me. Don't switch it now, you know, to fit the need of somebody else we might have in mind on the manager and qualifications and all these different things. Nothing has changed. It should still be, it should remain, regardless of who is in that position, because we are an EOE. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Right on.
I think I might have an emergency with my babysitter. No, I'm just playing. Vice President Bradley.
I was just gonna say real quick, and with this, when we do search for a person as our next facilities director, I know we did have issues when I first came on the board back in 19. Even though that was something shared responsibility with the RESA district, but let's make sure we do our due diligence and getting a good person that we can make sure get things done and get our buildings and facilities in top shape and comfortable condition for our
Can we
students and
dismiss the
staff.
timer, Liz? It's going on.
So that's all I got to say.
All right, awesome. So now that we've gotten through questions and comments, Secretary Triplett, can you please call the vote for staff report H1, ensuring everyone understands that approval of this staff report is to accept the resignation of each of the individuals listed: David Bovin, Jeffrey Weber, Amy Dent, Pedro Benitez, Luz Duarte, and Chardonnay Johnson. And I apologize if I mispronounced either of them. Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Trustee Bowens,
No.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yeah.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes, motion carried.
All right, next we have staff report H2, Ms. Gale, and this is for employment of staff.
Submitting for board consideration to approve the employment of staff in accordance with the revised school code and other general laws of Michigan. Facts and analysis, it is recommended that the board approve the superintendent's recommendation for hire of the following personnel: policy reference 3120 and or 4120. Christy Dombraz as grant coordinator, Laura Breimer as graduation advisor, Pamela Norwood Wright, paraprofessional for special education, Kanisha Nichols as HR assistant, Julissa Willis as paraprofessional special education, Emmerich Raymond and teacher CT construction trades, and Victor Walton as paraprofessional academic.
Thank you. Trustee Bowen.
I thought I was going crazy for a moment until I looked at the date. Kanisha Nichols, we just voted, well, no, she was through Edger staff. Well, I guess I don't want to get into that. So
What is the question?
is she being promoted out of?
So for that position, much like other clerical positions at central office, the probationary period is through Reggie staff. She has successfully completed the probationary period and we're recommending her for hire through the district.
Okay, so is this the position that we just created?
No, this,
Okay,
this position has been,
I'll call you. I think I'm getting them confused. And I think you know what I'm thinking. This used to be the young,
yes.
Okay.
So we did have another person in that position who did get promoted to the position of recruiter that had been approved by the board, and that vacated the HR assistant position.
okay,
Yes.
that's why I'm getting confused. Thank you.
Okay, and I just realized that I allowed Trustee Bowens to ask his question before we actually got a motion, but I wanted to give him that opportunity just in case he was going to say that there was a particular person that he wanted to remove from the consent agenda. So we're trying to proceed. Are there any, because this is fairly new for us, I'm trying to make sure I pause. Are there any individuals that are noted on the consent agenda for staff report H2 that need to be discussed separately? If not, I'll proceed with calling for a motion for approval.
I would like to, the grant coordinator, Christy Damraz, if that can be pulled separately to have a discussion.
Yes, sir. All right, so staff report H2 is going to therefore only include Laura. Can you list their names other than her so I don't mispronounce them?
Without the person requested
Yeah.
to be separate.
Uh-huh.
Laura Brimer, Pamela Norwood Wright, Kanisha Nichols, Julissa Willis, Emmerich Raymond, and Victor Walton.
Is it Primer or Brimer?
Brimer.
Okay.
All right, and then Liz, what you can do is, being that we're gonna discuss Christie separately, you can list that one in staff report H3. I don't think we have a H3. Just for our notes. All right, is there a motion to approve staff report H2?
I make, support.
All right, so the motion was made by trustee Buchanan, supported by Vice President Bradley. Any questions, comments, or concerns regarding staff report H2? Trustee Buchanan.
I'm glad to hear somebody's name called that I know is from Benalla, Victor Walter and Nichols. You were Miss Benalla.
Mm-hmm.
Getting them back. Thank you.
All right, any other questions, comments, or concerns? Okay, I'm just going over my policy just to make sure I'm right, because we haven't used consent agenda for quite some time. Okay. So we are in accordance. So we're gonna proceed. If there's no other questions or comments regarding staff report H2, Secretary Triplett, can you please call the vote?
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Trustee Bowens,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yeah.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right, so then the request was made by trustee Bowens, I believe, to separate, or was it Secretary Triplett? Secretary Triplett to separate the grant coordinator position. Policy does allow for a single member's request to allow it to be relocated as an action item eligible for discussion. And so we're going to now consider this H3. And I'll ask if there is a motion to approve it, or Secretary Triplett, if you'd like to begin the discussion, that's up to you.
Yeah, I would like to just add, for this position, the grant coordinator, I know we've been looking for that, did we just lose that position? Did somebody just resign from that position?
Oh, you're thinking of grant accountant.
Right,
Where
okay.
somebody, no, this is grant coordinator. The person resigned. It used to be a grant director of state and federal grants. That position has been downgraded, and it has been vacant since, I want to say, beginning of October.
So this is the position that Ms. Morris had.
That's correct.
So do we have a lot of applicants for this position?
No, not a lot of qualified applicants. We had a few.
I asked, do we have a lot of applicants for the position? Do we have a lot of, she's saying yes, and you're saying no. I mean, do we have a lot of applicants?
3 to 5.
Excuse me?
3 to 5 applicants. 3 to 5. I don't know if you would consider that a lot.
Yeah, because I mean, okay. So when we come to, when we come to this particular position, because this is a very serious position, and millions of dollars was not spent. Money was sent back, and under the guise that, you know, when you have money like your Title I money, or you have certain time to spend certain money, and you send that money and say you can come back, but you only can get 15% of it back. You only can use a certain percentage of it coming back to when you come back if you don't use it. And so I'm familiar, if this is the same Ms. Domrez that used to work in Ben Harbor area schools, who was over our state and supportive school grant initiative some years ago. And so I just wanted to make sure that we had somebody in there that was qualified for that position, know all the state and federal guidelines, and making sure that we make sure that every dime is used and not one penny is sent back and that these principals have their budget and they're able to do it all year long. Also, I do have a question. I don't know if it's an appropriate question, so I think I better hold off on this. But I would like for us to take into consideration. Okay. I'm not sure I understand. Okay, Siri, I'm trying to turn this off.
Siri
But,
telling you.
yeah, it's
keep
not a
it
problem.
moving.
I'm trying to understand, but yes.
Okay, I think Dr. Townsend had wanted to provide a response. No? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when people are coming into our district, we have to make sure that we have people, because we have people that are going to be totally committed. They have no connection to anything that's outside, that does not come here from programs that are in competition with us as it relates to our students and our program. And I just hope that this right here was taken into consideration in all of these positions, but in this one in particular, because a lot of information, sensitive information as it relates to our finances is given in this position. Okay, all right, thank you so very much.
I do have a question. I noticed that the effective date for hire is a little bit different for everyone, and so I wasn't sure if that was based on their availability or their need, the district's need for them to be in this role.
So actually, different positions have different calendars. For example, teachers are on well, this year, 187 calendars. Principals are, depending whether it's elementary school or high school, it could be 211-day versus 225-day calendar. So some of these positions are not year-round. This particular position, grant coordinator, is a year-round position, and the date was set when the person was available, because we are really struggling with the workload as it relates to that position. Some of them start, for example, teacher for construction trades. August 23rd is the first day when our teachers are reporting back. Paraprofessionals have a different start date because they are on a different calendar.
Thank you. Trustee Bowens, did you have a question?
No, well, no, never mind, I'm not gonna say it.
Okay, Vice President Bradley, did you have, no?
I will
All right.
say- Madam President, I will say that calendar is a vital piece. That's all I'm gonna say. Thank you.
All right, so as a reminder, this individual person was created for staff report H3, as our policy allows Mr. Triplett to do. And so at this time, if there's no additional questions, comments, or concerns, I'm gonna ask Secretary Triplett to please call the vote. And I'm gonna ask, well, you can call my name, I'll just have you come back. to me.
President Robinson,
Can you please come back to me?
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Trustee Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Secretary, President Robinson.
Yes.
Secretary Triplett. I think I'll abstain.
Did we call Trustee Buchanan?
I said Trustee Buchanan.
Yes.
I'm gonna go ahead and just say, I'll go say yes. I'll go with it, yes.
He changed it, yes. All right, so that was technically staff report H3. Let me get back to my agenda. All right, Mr. Miller, it's on you, kind sir.
Oh, yeah. I'm bringing us home. Good evening, everyone.
So someone has been whispering updates to me, and so they indicated to let you know that we can read the facilities update if you don't want to go through each of the words or read it fully. So you can give us a skimmed version of the things you think are most important in your reports, but I do know we have an actual resolution that we need to update or
Right.
vote on.
So I'm glad that you guys have that. You see the work is being done. As you said about the facilities director position, make sure you go and apply to that position, anybody that's listening, because we are down 2 maintenance staff and a facilities director, and we've been putting in a lot of work. I want to shout out my maintenance staff member that I do have on the team and my custodian supervisor working overtime during these last 2 or 3 weeks. So just want to start with that. For the high school, we finished the painting of the bridge for graduation as it was requested from our graduation committee. The esports room, tag team with our IT team department. It's looking really nice. Get a chance to go check out our esports room. It's painted, got the computers, PCs in there. It looks really nice for our students.
We would like a tour if that's feasible.
Sure.
Okay, so the Board of Education will be invited to that.
Yeah, we getting that all set up for you guys.
Okay. I was just asking because
Let it go.
the only thing that I was gonna know, I'm glad that you guys are gonna do a big thing, but, and I would just prefer not to be seeing something for the first time when we're doing the release to the press. So I didn't know that you guys were doing that piece of it. I'm excited we're gonna make it big, but I was just asking if the board was gonna get a special tour. But I'll wait for more information on that. I didn't mean to have you drop anything early. Go ahead, Mr. Miller.
Okay. We had Andy Egan Company come out to inspect our high school for our AC units to see what we needed to do to get our AC back working in some of our classrooms. We have 5 Star Energy coming out next week to replace the public side water lines. For Fair Plain East, the plumbing issues in the kitchen and the staff restroom has been fixed. MLK, we repaired broken lockers, replaced broken soap dispensers and tissue dispensers in all the restrooms. And for the district, working with Chief Waddell, we are looking at getting an electrician to come out to check to see in our elementary schools to get evaluated to get our electrical system upgraded for air conditioning units as well. So we're trying to get that done by next week to get, to see if our schools are compatible with those air conditioning units. That's it. Facilities.
All right, any questions regarding the facilities update?
No.
Hearing none, you can proceed.
All right, for athletic updates, spring sports, all sports are finished. Right now, we're working on our fall sports. Have our football coach in here. I know we've been working with our team. A freshman, Jada Bean, qualified for the MHSA state track meet and finished 10th in the state. So great job to her. So we clap it up. Freshman. That's hard to do, to be a freshman. Our highlights for this school year, Desiree Cowles, All-State, honorable mention. Grant Gondrazak, All-State, honorable mention for basketball. Trussell Singleton, All-State second team. Jada Bean, again, 10th at the state meet in the long jump. And our boys basketball team, 2022 district and regional champions. Clap it up with those student athletes and those teams. And our new conference update, as you guys are aware, we are in a new conference. 2022 fall conference schedules are complete. 2022, 2023 winter schedules are complete now. We're working on the spring conferences schedules. The middle school schedules are in progress. The local Southwest Michigan schools are collaborating amongst the leagues to create a local middle school schedule as well.
All right, any questions for Mr. Miller regarding either of those updates, regarding the sports updates? Hearing none, I'll allow you to proceed to staff report SS1.
All right. Staff report SS1.
I'm sorry, I just want to say, Mr. Miller, you probably get it kind of easy because you at the end of the meeting and everybody be tired.
You
slide on past.
A quick story. They used to tell me that when I get up on a stage and I used to do speeches like, Mr. Miller here, let's go. Like, you can speed up. So I'm used to it.
Well, we appreciate you.
All right, put me first next time. Thank you. It's hot in here. Subject, Michigan High School Athletic Association resolution. Date, June 14, 2022. Reason for board consideration, MHSA MHSAA requires the board approval for athletic participation in MHSAA-sponsored interscholastic competitions. Facts and analysis. MHSAA provides student athletes a handbook that outlines acceptable behavior and expectations for student athletics. Each school that participates in MHSAA sponsored programs is required to adopt this resolution. The resolution states that Ben Harbor area schools will abide by all rules, regulations, and guidelines outlined in the handbook for the 2022-2023 school year. The resolution is to be approved for the school year ending on July 31st, 2023. Policy reference, none. Recommended action that the Ben Harbor Area Schools Board of Education votes to approve the resolution of the MHSAA as presented for the school year 2022-2023.
All right, is there a motion to approve staff report SS1?
So moved.
Support.
The motion has been made by Secretary Triplett and supported by Vice President Bradley. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley,
Yes.
Trustee Bowens,
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan,
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Motion carried.
All right, thank you, Secretary Triplett. And we are slowly wrapping it up. We are on, and I know it is currently 9:34, but had we not had our public budget hearing, which was about an hour and 15 minutes, we would be in about the 8 to 8:30 range. So it's been a long night and we anticipated that, but I do appreciate you all holding on with us, especially the members of the public. So next we are at new business. There's a couple things I have to just mention. I know that I emailed that I was wanting to develop a unity retreat for the board. Just wanted to give you, and it's going to be specifically focused on unity. No additional resolutions or anything from administration, only board business unity related. And so I did reach out to Deb Macon because we've established a pretty good relationship with her. And she presented two dates, one of which was July 2nd, the other was the 30th of July. I figure being that the 2nd is a holiday weekend, that would not be our first or best option. So we will anticipate a summer retreat for the 30th. And if you have any unity related ideas to add or suggest, please email me so that we can make sure that the board is reflective of what the full board wants as we pursue unity. And then the other thing I just noticed there's no old business, but it's okay. The other thing was setting the follow-up date for the special meeting for the two items that we removed under board business earlier regarding our transition plan. So do you all have availability for this week?
I won't be available tomorrow.
Oh, it is Juneteenth week. Okay, so we'll coordinate with the assistance of Liz. We'll get this coordinated. And we'll make sure that we get this scheduled. And I will defer with our attorney just to make sure that we're doing this in the best way possible to try to get through the day as quickly as possible, but also some of the concerns that were expressed earlier. So I will work with Liz to coordinate that. Any other new business that I'm forgetting? Vice President Bradley.
I just have a few things to plug, MASB related. Anybody who is interested in running for any local school boards, who's out there listening, they have a thing called Get On Board, and it just gives more information about the role of school board service and the roles and responsibilities. They're going to have a few virtual events coming up. It'll be 6:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. You can go to masb.org. Again, that's masb.org, and you can register. They have a session tomorrow night, tomorrow, June 15th, June 22nd, and June 28th. Also, school board members Summer Institute in Muskegon, Michigan. I'm going to have it as new business. So if anybody's interested in going, even our central admin team, if y'all want to hang out with us, keep that in mind, and then also put program in your calendar shade school calendar too. The annual leadership conference, October 20th through the 23rd in Traverse City area. They are very good. We get to, when you go to these events, and Secretary Triplett can tell you, you meet board members, and Dr. Townsend, you meet board members from all across the state. And one thing that I will say real quick is that you would think that a lot of things are just unique to our school district, but when you meet other school districts, whether they're affluent, urban, suburban, rural, wherever, they have the same problems that we have, but it may be more sophisticated or may be more different. So that's one thing. So keep those in mind. Try to, get your off day schedule or whatever you have to do. And they're a good time, even if you can just show up for one day. And that's all.
All right. Is there any additional new business other than our comments? Hearing none, we're at open public comment. If there's anyone that would like to make an open public comment, I'll read the statement really quickly. Well, I'll synthesize the public comment statement for the sake of time. So this is the third area of which you can decide to speak. And then the most important piece is in the middle. You have a 3-minute limit. We are at the end, so there's not an extra opportunity or section to speak, but no participant may speak more than once on the same topic until any other person has had the opportunity to speak on the topic. You can remove your mask and then make sure that you give Liz your public participation form. So if you have follow-up questions, we can have the appropriate means of reaching you to give you your response. Quick synopsis. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Anicia Noel. I'm one of your favorite parents. First and foremost, thank you for your time and active listening ears. Congratulations on the new position, Dr. Townsend. I wish you the absolute best. We discussed your tenure last April, so to see you leaving our district July 1st kind of caught me off guard. For one, no disrespect, but the home of BH Tigers has a climate and culture already. Scott Johnson, you did a presentation back in November of 2021, and you stated that our tiger was wounded. It is now time. We need to restore the roar. Have we thought about promoting from within, such as our veteran teachers, so that we can encourage and empower retention? Have all of the active facilities, or at least I was going to ask, have all of the active facilities been assessed for operation for the summer and fall school year, especially with Jeff Weber's resignation? However, you answered a few of my questions. Have security measures been put in place to ensure student, staff, and affiliate safety? With the most recent mass elementary school shooting, potential parents that want their children to be a part of a divine legacy such as this one, they are afraid, such as myself, which is why I took my son out of the district last year, because not only was his academic achievement not one of our priorities, but also now his physical safety is at danger. It's a problem for me. How do you plan to reassure your constituents it is election season? Has the strategic plan been finalized since I asked for it last March, April, and May? Other than hiring top heavy, what is the strategy to truly support our students, staff, and parents that produces a conducive environment for learning and to reassure that there is higher academic achievement? Dr. Townsend, why did you say what Mr. T said wasn't true during staff report H3? And then when asked for your comment, you declined. Transparency is key. Please, the last and only thing I'm ever going to say again is take care of your people, and we will make sure we take care of you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Any other individuals for public comment?
Just briefly, Brenda Terrell, Benton Harbor. I just want to first thank you all for voting on our contract. It was a long 4 months, but we It's a good start. It's not where we should be, but it's a good start. So we had to start somewhere, and we do appreciate it. And one other thing I want to say is that Chief Waddell and I think we got a good relationship, because everybody can't deal with me because I'm just a straightforward person. I have a zero tolerance for foolishness, and especially when it comes down to our kids. But one thing I do want to say is that we do have to tap into this truancy. We can't have kids missing 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 days of school and expect for those scores going to go up. We can't teach them if they're not there. We have to tap into this truancy, and we have to put some policies and procedures in place if we're going to move our district forward, because our kids want to be at school. So we can't be accountable for everything. The parents, guardians, and caregivers have to be accountable for something. We're doing our best. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Terrell.
Mr. Ram, go right.
Anyone else for open public comment? Welcome, Ms. Williams.
Hi.
I have those sandals.
I'm coming today as a parent. I recently had to enroll my son into Ben Harbor area schools. He was in another district. I'm coming now because I just don't want to see him go down the wrong path. So I guess as a parent, I'm crying out for help for resources, character building programs, just something for our young men. A lot of times people say parents, they need to do better, and they put it on the parents, in which it is our ultimate obligation to our children. But I'm a parent who has 3 boys. One of my oldest son, he's 15. He's also a student here at Ben Harbor High School, and he's enrolled in a dual enrollment where he takes college courses right now, and he's excelled tremendously. I have a 6th grader. He's getting ready next month to go to the National Youth Leadership Forum, the STEM program. He was selected out of his school. He scored the highest in his class and testing. So I say all that to say this: I do have one son who's having challenges. And so a lot of times we say the parent, but as a parent, my son has no resources. He has behavior issues, but he's also a smart young man. And I know there is good in him. A lot of times people want to write kids off that's just not going down a straight path. But I'm here asking for help. He doesn't have a father figure in his life. Programs, he'll be in high school in 1 year. So right now, as a parent, I'm just trying to reach out to my community, our school board, anybody that can help us find just restorative programs for these young men, because he may be my son, but it's many like him. And a lot of the violence that's going on in our community are coming from a lot of our young men who has graduated not 1 but 2 years ago. So it's not a lot of the older people. A lot of our violence is coming from our young men. And what I'm afraid of is that, if he doesn't channel, that energy right now, that he can be, in that group, and I don't want that. But programs such as JROTC, the Michigan Challenge that Mr. Bowers used to have, the Michigan Youth Challenge Academy, those are some programs that we can bring back into our school. We talked a lot. We sat here for 4 hours tonight, and not one time have we addressed the violence in our community, and our young men needs help. And as a mother, I'm never going to give up on my son. That's one thing I will never give up on. Anybody else can, but I want, and not just my son, the other kids in this community, the other young men in this community that I know suffer from the same problems or issues. He's not mentally ill or none of that. I will not let them put that on my son, because he had a great year and I know what he's capable of. But at the same time, I'm a single mom. I'm not a man. So there are some things that, that I can't teach him. And there's some things that he can't see as a man through me because I'm a woman. So I'm just reaching out. So if we could, I don't know who's responsible for implementing these type of programs. I know for years we've been talking about extracurricular activities. He's good in sports, but outside of sports, he just needs other type of character building programs and things like that. I'm a parent. I'm not oblivious to his behavior and things that are going on, but I'm also a parent who wants to step in front of it before he becomes in high school and, these issues turn into police being called and those type of things. So I'm just coming today. I don't know who I would have to reach out to or who would have to reach out to me so we can get something going. I'm so tired of talking and coming to meetings and saying what we're going to do. We just need some action. And if I have to do whatever I have to do to be in front of that, I will. This has been a very, very, very overwhelming time for me this last month. And I thank Ms. Matthews in the administrative office. She's been very patient and very helpful in helping me through this process. But I just need to see what can we do to help our young men. And I'm very strong on that. You will see me until something starts immediately, because it's not going to get any better if we don't start channeling our young men. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Anyone else for open public comment? Hearing none, we're going to pass the mic to Dr. Townsend.
Yes, thank you so much, President Robinson. First and foremost, I want to give another shout out to the class of 2022 for graduating, going off into society, something post-secondary. Very excited for what's going to happen down the line with our young people. I also want to shout out all of our teachers and our administrators for a phenomenal job this academic year. A lot of hardcore work, especially as we emerge from the pandemic. So a major shout out to all administrators, staff, anyone working in Benton, Harvard schools. At all times, our kids were at the forefront of the discussion, the forefront of our actions. So thank you so much. Juneteenth is coming up. We are very excited because Benton Harbor Area Schools, we're going to have a booth at the Juneteenth event. So come check us out. That's another opportunity to recruit. Hopefully all of our board members and community members are seeing the beautiful Tiger advertisement across the city with direct language from our strategic plan, excellence in academic, athletics, and art. So I hope everyone take advantage of that. And very last, I just want to share what I sent to our Board of Education. It's a bittersweet time to leave a community that I love, that I like a lot. We all grow. There change, and Tupac had a song called Changes. And change is inevitable, but progress is optional. So just understand, change is going to happen, but progress is optional. I just want to share this. This is Dear Benton Harbor Area School community. It's been a privilege and a pleasure to serve this amazing community of Benton Harbor Area Schools. Since being selected by the Board of Education in December 2019, I decided to go all in with service. Our community has a lot to celebrate during our brief tenure together. Specifically, we successfully navigated a pandemic. We successfully eliminated a budget deficit after 14 years of being in red. We developed a 5-year strategic plan, the first in more than a decade, and we had the opportunity to increase teacher compensation and introduce an incentive bonus pay. And like the union just shared, it's a great starting point, and I hope that we continue to build on that. Additionally, lastly, we negotiated with our CBA with a 3-year contract in our collective bargaining agreement. Very excited that our teachers are going to get a pay increase of $6,150, and moving from $30 an hour to $37.50 an hour. Very excited about that and adding 4 steps to the top of the pay scale. I trust and I know that our Board of Education want what's best for our students and stakeholders of Benton Harbor Area Schools. We've accomplished a lot together, and it's been an amazing journey serving alongside our Board of Education, teachers, staff, everyone that works with Benton Harbor Area Schools. I believe we have some of the best educators in the state of Michigan. I truly believe that. In fact, I think this is one of the most beautiful areas in the state of Michigan. I'm purchasing a home here permanently. You may not see me around, come be hiding out in the house, but I definitely be in Benton Harbor very often, especially in the summertime. I love it a lot. I ask that we continue to set the bar, meet the bar, exceed the bar, and raise the bar. Together we show what is possible with teamwork, respect, and accountability. And I just want to lastly say, this is my signature. I wish everyone excellence in truth and service. Signed, Dr. Townsend. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Townsend. Next, we're going to proceed to board member announcements and comments. And just so everyone is clear, after board announcements and comments, we go into a closed session for the board. Will vote to determine if it's going to go into a closed session. You all are more than welcome to stay if you'd like. And then after that, we'll go into adjournment. I'm sorry, we have some resolutions that we'll do, and then we'll go into adjournment. So just want to make sure you guys understand what takes place when we get ready to enter the closed session. Ms. Buchanan, oh, you're ready to go first. You have the floor.
Okay. You know, I would like for the board to know, and some of you might already know, Captain Brooks. Captain Brooks Atchett. Anyway, her brother Tyrone Hiscock passed away. I think the funeral is gonna be on the 17th of June, this month. Gonna be in Columbus, right 10 church at. And you know, there's so much that needs to be done. But when you Ben Harbor is a place, it's best not if somebody approach you, it's better not say nothing back because it's not gonna be what you said. So when somebody asks me something, I don't tell them. They say, well, she don't know nothing, and I don't. So I don't tell them nothing. But then get involved. And let me say this, and it really hurt because I've had some problems. It was a young lady came up to me. She got 3 kids, and I promised her. But I had been in the parade. I went with the pandemic and all that. I missed 2 Miss Ben Harbors. You teachers, I love y'all. Continue in there, and I'm gonna come visit you one day. And anyway, this girl said to me, I promised her. She said, you promised me. I said, you right. So I'm gonna start. What I'm gonna do, they got baseball in Union Field, and I got about 8 or 9 great grandkids. They've been watching Coco Melon and ooh, Lord, I gotta hear that. And I had to babysit y'all, and I had trouble running after the little boy. And what I'm gonna go for, Miss Williams, we need a superintendent to live here in Ben Harbor. Went to Ben Harbor School, open the door. So I got 2 people in mind that I'm gonna ask the board we need to consider. And one, I'm gonna tell you now since you're present, one of them is you. No, let me explain. You got plans, you got ideas and stuff. You never know who's gonna make it work. And you remember the time by Sam Cook, Shane gonna come. He's gonna come. And he's gonna come soon. Because we got Mr. Miller over there is excellent. People are talking about him. Come up to me, because see, I cuss them out in a minute and tell them what they ain't doing. So what I'm saying is, we got to start talking. A young man got killed sad tonight over there at Bus Project. Why don't them mothers over there get a paper and some paper and pencil and teach those kids stuff? Like Georgia Sanders used to do. I used to go to Barry Home and have my group. That thing we must do, we can do it. And I can understand what Dr. Townsend is leaving Ben Harbor. Because he get tired of, he the superintendent. And I want to say, this right. No, I ain't gonna say that. Because they want to be superintendent. You go to school, you should have been a superintendent. Bottom line. And I don't mean no harm, Ms. Robinson, but I got to go. I only got 2 phone calls, and I'm supposed to be babysitting. But, and the other girl keep me until I get there.
You got to vote.
No, I already voted. But as bad as you look, Vice President, you look good, boy.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. All right, I'm gonna restore order. Thank you for your comment, Ms. Buchanan. I understand if you have to go. We're gonna proceed with Trustee Bowens.
Thank you all for coming. Last night we had an interesting town hall, and I guess, I don't know if you ever get a chance, reach out to the House of David, because a lot, and I have the connection, they explained Benton Harbor history, where it goes all the way back to slaves. When they were ending slavery, they came to Benton Harbor and they were business owners. And, it was very informative, and we've had it. So this coming Juneteenth, we're having a float in the Juneteenth parade, and it's honoring one of the first slaves that came to Benton Harbor, and he planted over 100 trees. So it's pretty historic, and I think we need to tap into those resources. I gotta have a moment of honesty and clarity. I was not impressed with graduation. For the second year in a row, the disrespect has happened. Now, I don't know who's over it, but I hope, Madam President, we can make sure it doesn't happen for the third year. But the way it was handled, I felt like I go with the people who voted for me. And that's why you've seen what you've seen on graduation. Yes, it's not about me, but respect is given. When you go to church, you respect the pastor, you respect the office of the pastor. And for the second year in a row, I have been disrespected. And sometimes I'm starting to feel, is it intentional? So I hope we can learn from that. Otherwise, year 3, the popo's going, no, I'm just like, but year 3, it's going to be interesting. That's
I
it.
tried to whisper and catch it for you. I think you
But
noticed that.
I hope you guys understand what I'm saying, and I'm not making this personal. I mean, it's just, it is what it is. For me once, shame on me. For me twice, well, I'll be, you know what? So that's it.
Thank you, Trustee Bowens. We're gonna go to, I'm gonna actually mix it up and go with Secretary Triplett next.
You know, just to piggyback on it, I think one thing that's very, 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 very important, that when you come to a place, you learn this tradition. You're not going to go to Notre Dame. You're not going to go to the University of Michigan. You're not going to go to Cass Tech and do anything that they don't do at Cass Tech. They're not going, at the University of Notre Dame, there's a protocol. Same thing at University of Michigan. Well, I know Benton Harbor's had a whole lot of people in and out, but we are getting ready to be 150 years old, and we are full of rich tradition. It was established in 1924. One of the things when it comes to leadership and those types of things, when you come into a community, you get to know that community. You can't come into a community and just dismiss everything that it is about the community. And I for the, like Trustee Bowen said, for the second year in a row, his name was not in the script, mentioned, and there's some protocols and what have you. I can't say whether it's intentional or not, but for me, my eye is not to be picky, but I watch everything. I just pay close attention to detail. And so I want to say to Dr. Townsend, again, I haven't just really been able to express how I feel from the beginning, about everything, but I do wish you the very, very best. And thank you for stopping by, stopping in and to the citizens, to the chiefs and what have you. I'm quite sure we will continue to do the work that's necessary. I know we have some people that we have to vote, so I'm going to close out.
Thank you. So the last 2 to go was 3 left, Vice President Bradley, Trustee Raquel Martin, and myself. I'm going to ask, not trying to cut your time, that we are minimal in our comments because Trustee Buchanan is trying to leave, but we're wanting her to stay to get through the closed session and resolution votes. So Trustee Raquel Martin.
Really quick. I'd like to give a shout out to all of the 2022 graduates and their accomplishments. The accomplishments that many of the children have done. It's great to see that many kids graduating and doing well. And outside of Mr. Bowen, I thought the graduation was beautifully done. It was beautiful. I sat down on there and I looked at the kids' faces as they went up to get their diplomas. They were mannerable, they were excited, and Mr. Triplett was talking to every one of them. But they were receptive. And it seemed like they enjoyed their own graduation, and that's what it's about. And I was so happy for them, and I wish all of them very well. To Dr. Townsend, I will miss you, but I know you do have to do your thing. So it's a great opportunity for you, and so I wish you the best in whatever you do. And to our chiefs, I know you can shoulder the responsibility until we get a new chief. Thank you.
Vice President Bradley.
I'm going to be really quick and succinct. I want to thank everyone for coming out, our general public, our central admin team. And I want to say congratulations to the class of 22. Wasn't able to make the ceremony, got in town right probably an hour after it had started, so it wouldn't make sense to get down there rushing. First, I want to say that I have nothing personal against anyone on this board. I was raised better than that. I love everyone, but want the public to say that. At the end of the day, we must focus on the children and the future of this district. Remember, we must leave this district better off than we found it. It's nothing personal. Happy Juneteenth. And I will end with this. Friend, move up to a better place, then you will be honored in the presence of all other guests. Have a good night.
Pull it together so I can make my comment, please. Thank you, everyone. I just want to say congratulations to the class of 2022. Extremely honored and proud to have you walk into the family of those that have graced the halls of Benton Harbor area schools. And so you are a Tiger forever. Now that you have your diploma, we're so thankful that you chose us. Just want to thank my board for attempting to get through the meeting expeditiously, but you know how it goes. We'll keep trying for July. And Dr. Townsend, I'm excited for your new beginnings, and I look forward to watching you from a distance as you rock it out in your new county. I appreciate our chiefs for all of your efforts and the public for being here with us. We do have a heavy agenda each meeting, but it's because we're serious about the work that we need to get accomplished in Benton Harbor area schools. So I appreciate you all. And with that being said, I'm going to wrap up my comment. And so at this time, I'm going to ask for a motion to go into closed session, in open session, and go into closed session based on policy 0167.3 regarding personnel matters.
I make a motion that we go into closed session at 10:05.
Is there a second or support? The motion has been made by Vice President Bradley and supported by Trustee Buchanan. Thank you for staying. Questions, comments, and concerns? Hearing none. Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson.
Yes.
Vice President Bradley.
Yes.
Secretary Triplett. Yes. Trustee Bowen.
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan.
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Mark. Motion carried.
You got one on now, right?
We actually recording?
You say yes.
All right. So is there a motion to end closed session and return to open session?
I put a motion on the floor that we end what you just said.
All right. Is there a second and support? The motion has been made by Trustee Bowens and supported by Trustee Buchanan. Questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none. Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson.
Yes.
Vice President Bradley.
Yes.
Secretary Triplett. Yes. Trustee Bowen.
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan. Trustee Rocket Mark.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right. So we are returning to open session as of 10:14 p.m. I'm going to turn the floor over to Ms. Gale.
The first resolution, Human Resources is petitioning the board to approve Adrian Hurt to proceed with the employment application process through EduStaff.
All right. And is there a motion to approve? Can you give me the resolution number, Ms. Gale?
Give me just a second. HR Resolution 1.
I make a motion to approve HR 1.
All right. The motion has been made by Vice President Bradley and supported by Trustee Buchanan. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none. Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson.
Yes.
Vice President Bradley.
Yes.
Secretary Triplett. Yes. Trustee Bowen.
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan.
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right. Next, Ms. Gale.
The next resolution is HR 2. Human Resources is petitioning the board to approve Mr. Joe Archibald to proceed with the employment application process through EduStaff.
Is there a motion to approve HR Resolution 2?
I make a motion to approve HR number 2.
Second or support? The motion has been made by Vice President Bradley and supported by Trustee Buchanan. Questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley.
Yes.
Trustee Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan. Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, Ms. Gill.
Next one is Human Resources is petitioning the board to approve Mr. Lenny McCalvin to proceed with the employment application process through EduStaff.
I'm sorry, just for clarification purposes, Secretary Triplett did not call himself because he has to abstain. So I just want to make sure we actually have that documented and not like you were absent. Yeah. All right, you can proceed.
Human Resources is petitioning the board to approve Mr. Lenny McCalvin to proceed with the employment application process through EduStaff.
All right, and this is HR 3 or 4?
This 3,
This is 3?
that is correct.
All right, is there a motion to approve HR Resolution 3?
So moved.
Support.
The motion has been made by Secretary Triplett and supported by Vice President Bradley. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley.
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Trustee Bowen,
Yes.
Trustee Buchanan. Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, so that is the last item for approval on our agenda. So congratulations to all of those that were newly hired with Ben Harbor Area Schools and EduStaff as well to work with us. We're really excited. With that being said, I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Or
The motion has been made by Secretary Triplett and supported by Trustee Bowens. Just want to remind Secretary Triplett, we have some things to sign. Questions, comments, concerns? Hearing none, Secretary Triplett.
President Robinson,
Yes.
Vice President Bradley.
Yes.
Secretary Triplett, yes. Trustee Bowen,
yes.
Trustee Buchanan. Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Meeting's adjourned.
All right, so can we, are our mics off?